And we are live. Ah, 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 ah. Welcome. Welcome. Pull it out the wrong way. Ah! That's a katana. Oops, whoa. Got my finger. Welcome to the show, you sons of bitches. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, so there's the rumor mill is still going on. People saying all sorts of stuff without actually having any evidence, no evidence whatsoever. And see, those people make everybody look bad. Because then they look at me and they think, oh, he's a conspiracy theorist talking about Masons and socialism. And I've got all the evidence fucking to back it up. Why does that? There it goes. Evidence. What is evidence? Evidence is not rumors, that's for sure. How the fuck did let's smoke this lemon weed. Okay, see, I figured I'd come on just because I didn't want to smoke weed by myself. How's everybody doing? How y'all doing? Y'all got your Elvis lighters? Yeah, I need to get some Elvis sunglasses. It's the only cure for... No, I don't know. I couldn't think of a joke. What's going on? So there's a lot going on in Fantasyland, that's for sure. With all these fucking idiots that are spewing all sorts of bullshit. Oh, the spewing never stops. Never, ever, 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 ever. So I'm surprised Bill Maher is still in the news a lot. He's let's see. Looks like I got a guess. You gotta turn your camera on. Enter the dragon. You gotta turn your camera on. You might want to refresh the page. You gotta turn your camera on. Try refreshing the page. Let's see. So yeah, trying to debate somebody. Because everybody's always having all this fun debating people. So this Kai Swimmer, I don't know who he is, but I didn't see that he reacted to the message. Let me send an invite. Let's see what you gotta refresh the page, Harry. I can't see your camera. I can't. You have your camera and your audio on. Yo, refresh it. Come back with some best shit. Motherfuckers know, you know how we test it. I'm feeling neglected. Motherfuckers inspect it. Motherfuckers know, like, you better just wreck it. I wrecked the mic. I'm the top 10 tonight. Smoke weed like a exit light. Come back. Make you defect. I don't know. Here, you gotta reload the page. Your camera's not on. I can't see you. Okay. So there's a lot of stuff going on. A lot of wacko movies and stuff. What was that horrible movie that I seen? Something about some lady trapped in some kind of satanic house or something, and she oh, okay, there we go. Looks like he's got it now.
Does that work for you?
Yeah, I can see it now.
Okay.
Let me just turn my audio down. How's it going?
Oh, shitty. I'm totally shitified. Yeah.
Shit. What do you mean? You got a buzz going on or something?
No, I just feel weird.
Weird?
Yeah.
Oh, that's weird. Uh, well, maybe I can sing a voodoo song and heal you up. Not.
No, please don't. Please don't. I hate voodoo. Oh, fuck off, fuck off.
I'm kidding. Ah, shit. Okay, well, maybe I'll go grab a cigarette
Oh,
since you're here.
yeah.
Yeah, so let's see. Oh, god damn it, this joint. Yeah, so was it storming over there?
No, it's pretty nice. It's ameliorated. We've got half decent temperatures here. Yeah,
Oh yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, it was storming earlier, but I fell asleep.
yeah.
And I woke up and I was like, I might as well just podcast. I don't want to smoke a joint by myself. Uh,
Yeah,
excuse me.
I mean, things have equivalated here, but whatever. Yeah, we're getting better temperatures and all that shit.
Yeah. Is this my lighter? Okay, cool. Yeah. My car is still fucking I can't get my trunk open.
Why? Why? Why
Because
not?
my battery's dead and I can't and my battery's in the trunk and then the key won't pop it open. It's fucking driving me nuts. I'm just gonna grab
Wow,
a cigarette right
wow,
now.
wow.
I'm gonna grab a cigarette. Be right
Yeah, no problem. Maybe I'll grab a fucking uh, whatever.
back. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah.
That was pretty short. That was pretty short.
Well, I just went to go grab the cigarette. I didn't actually smoke it. Uh, yeah, the cars these days. Uh, well, I mean, cars have always been shitty, but I never had this much trouble with my 1990 Lincoln. That thing was fucking like solid.
You know, have you seen a new podcast that shows that Ford, Ford is totally going to control everything about your vehicle?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Definitely makes me want to get an '80s car, maybe
Yeah,
an '80s truck. Those or I don't know. Everything rushed to shit. Everything turns to shit. Maybe we should just buy a horse. Buy a horse.
well,
uh,
it's not funny. It's not funny at all.
well, I know it's not funny. It's funny though to buy a horse.
Yeah, yeah, of course. Why would you buy a Ford? Of course. Yeah.
Oh, I said a horse. Uh,
No, a Ford. Why
oh,
would you buy a Ford?
well, I like the
Yeah.
older Fords. I don't like the newer Fords.
Yeah, the newer Fords, uh, they've applied for patent
Yeah,
where they can control whether you drive or not. Like they can stop
yeah,
you from driving and everything.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, so here's a question because I know that you follow Courtney's research better than I do. She says that Elon isn't a communist and that the communist and that the
Well,
technocracy
what,
is.
yeah. That's qualified. He isn't a communist in the usual sense of communism. Yeah. Okay, carry on. Carry on.
I was trying to figure out what she meant by that exactly, and I figured you might know. I mean, I've read her articles, but I'm just she writes like a robot. No
I
offense.
know, I know, I know. If you've read her writing and you compare it to her vocal delivery, I mean, there's quite a difference there, and her writing is it's so amazing. Uh,
Yeah,
you you have to qualify it with her vocal deliveries. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah, yeah.
yeah. She's not using AI because she's
No, she's not using AI. Well, she uses AI for her illustrations and her
well, I mean to write.
covering.
She doesn't use
Yeah.
it to write. She just is
No,
naturally like a
no,
robot. No, I'm
no.
just joking. uh, yeah, she said she would come on or something, or I don't know if I was going on her thing or something. I don't remember which, but
Really? Really? I
yeah, I
mean,
just need to schedule it.
I'd love to interact with her because
Well, if she comes on here, I'll
Co-
try to send you an invite.
Courtney is my darling. So, yeah.
Cool.
Well,
But
besides a certain other person, yeah.
oh, yeah. So what? Yeah, you seen Alex Jones lately? He seems like he's getting kind of wild. Seemed like he relapsed on.
Yeah. Alex Jones. I've I used to follow him back in the day, but I can't follow him anymore. And I don't know why Jay supports the fourth hour. Blah blah blah. I never understood that because Alex Jones, I think, is a totally compromised
Yeah,
asset asset for the compromised whatever you want to call them. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Well, it's probably good money to go on there. That's why he goes on there. I guess they got paid $5,000 every time they go on. I was like,
I
damn.
never heard. Wow, I never heard that. Wow, wow.
Yeah, a lot of people are getting paid hardcore. It's
Well,
crazy because you don't see them, or you don't. I don't know. It's just weird. It's like, what do people do? It's like I never really had a real life.
yeah, that pisses me off because I always respected Jay as an independent
Well, I'm not hating on him
journalist.
or anything.
Yeah,
I would probably go on there too if they offered me. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Well, if I went in there, I'd have to bring my friend, because my friend's a fan of Alex
okay,
Jones.
okay. Let's face the facts. If they offered me 5,000, I'd probably go on there and spout whatever. But I would contradict their narrative. Yeah,
Oh yeah,
yeah. And that apparently that's what Jay says he does. He says that Alex allows him to contradict his narrative. I don't know. I don't know if that worked. I don't
oh,
know. Yeah.
yeah. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah. So I was discussing Rasputin the other night. You know what religion Rasputin was?
Wow. Yeah.
He's
Totally.
Orthodox.
Totally. Totally.
I think the Orthodoxy is in with the Illuminists. No offense to Orthodoxy people. Uh, just by their doctrine, the way that, like, if you watch the End of Days Radio where me and Dan interviewed Jamie, she said something weird that was like something weird. It just kind of didn't sit right. It was like you could tell it was a luminous doctrine. It was like I'd have to go over it. You still there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd have to go over it and quote her verbatim. I did confront her about it, but I didn't quote it verbatim.
Well, that's a serious topic that we need to discuss. because is Rasputin an Orthodox cleric or not?
Yeah, he
I,
is. I
yeah,
confirmed it. I was looking it up, and because there's something really fishy about him and the empire falling and Russia, and it's all
yeah,
just
totally,
coincidence.
totally, totally, totally. And nobody talks about that. Nobody talks about that. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, the fault because the Illuminati want to destroy empires. They destroyed the Russian Empire clearly.
Yeah. And I wrote that to another podcaster yesterday. I said, how come you don't talk about the Freemasonry uh, uh, element in what you're discussing? Anyways, he
Yeah, that
never answered.
I don't know
Yeah.
if I sent you that one PDF. I gotta send it to you. It's mentioned it the other night. Where's my phone? It mentions how there's a political aspect of Freemasonry where they're forced to vote for fellow candidates. Uh, where's the title
Yeah,
page?
it wasn't that so much.
There it is.
It was the fact that hello, Freemasonry has their hands in everything, and you gotta you gotta you gotta you gotta consider them when you're trying to realize what's going on. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
yeah.
because it quoted the third degree by Reverend C.G. Finney. Uh, Character Claims, Practical Works of Freemasonry. The book, but so it quoted the third degree, and it said the exact phrase at the end of Roosevelt or Woodrow Wilson's speech, which was uh,
Oh,
that.
fuck Woodrow Wilson and his uh, Philip Drew Handler. Yeah,
Well,
fuck off.
that's what's weird because
Fuck,
it's like
fuck off.
I know Woodrow Wilson was part of the New World Order, but he's condemning. Well, he's saying that he can't speak above his breath and condemnation of it, which is the exact
Yeah, yeah,
quote of the third degree.
I totally agree. I mean, these people that were involved in the situation, they understood what was going on, and they tried to fight
Well, no,
against it.
well,
But they
what I'm
couldn't.
wondering
They
though,
couldn't.
I'm pretty sure Wilson was a Mason, wasn't he?
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah, totally.
yeah. So was he trying to speak against the order because?
Yeah, this is the problem that people don't understand that there's conflicts within the organization. There, there's conflicts, and they try to. There's different factions that trying to achieve supremacy and
Yeah,
bullshit like that. Yeah,
because
people
if
don't understand that
didn't
aspect
Wilson
of.
brought that oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Uh,
go ahead.
Wilson brought the I can't remember what that law that he brought into play. Uh, yeah, the Federal
Well,
Reserve Act.
yeah, of course, the
Uh,
fucking the whatever they called it, the not the New World Order, but what was they called it? The
I
League
mean,
of
like,
Nations, the League of Nations bullshit.
so here
Yeah,
he. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I forgot about that. Yeah,
yeah, totally,
so
totally.
I think well, I suspect that Wilson, because I suspect there was Masons that were also against the New World Order, and that's why
Yeah,
Wilson possibly made that speech. Uh,
yeah. That's the aspect that most people don't grasp is the fact that there was different factions that were vying for control. Um, certain factions wanted this and wanted that. Yeah, nobody understands that. Yeah,
yeah, it comes a really mixed bag of pondery. Uh, Yeah, the
Yeah.
because it's like the World Congress of Freemasonry in the late 1800s. A lot of members had quit because some prince came to the head and was they blackballed the prince, but he still made it in or something. And then like they made
Oh,
the
wow.
yeah, then the
Probably
world.
Prince Bernhard of the Netherlands. Yeah. Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't remember if it was France or where, but the World Congress of Freemasonry definitely made the League of Just Nations, and that it becomes such a weird thing. It's like, I mean, what when Wilson was making that speech, well, there's stuff about it I don't like, because I don't like that Wilson passed the 17th Amendment, which made it so the Senate couldn't pick the Senate, which because that violated the Constitution.
Yeah. Totally. Totally.
It's like if you have a contract and the contract is supposed to be sound and supreme law of the land, and that you make something that directly conflicts with the original contract. You know what I mean?
Yeah. 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 It totally debilitates the American Constitution. Uh, yeah, totally. Yeah. People didn't realize that, I guess. I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely became a weird. I was trying to remember that. I accidentally shut the window down that had all the articles open. But there was a what was it? I can't find the tab. But, damn it! But so yeah, like I guess on a different note, there's so much uh people believing in rumors. It's like like how Andrew Wilson has to constantly defend himself, where he's like, people are like saying all this stuff about the leader of America, but they don't have any evidence to back it up. And like,
Okay.
yeah, they're like calling Andrew Wilson all sorts of names because he's like simply asking for evidence of them claiming that our leader is, all sorts of disgusting things, and it's like the, it's just ridiculous because I've lost friends in real life for simply for them for them being like, "Oh, I've seen your post on Facebook. You're a right winger. Fuck you." It's like I'm not a
Yeah.
right winger. I'm not any winger. I'm not left or right.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I understand. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like well, it's weird because it's like you can see what Alice Bailey talks about when she's talking about the group mind and
It,
stuff.
it's what uh, my friend uh, Jasmine Lane talks about. She talks about, is it right or is it wrong?
Yeah,
That's that's the ultimate concept. Is it right or is it wrong? Like
that's what I'm always.
nothing else matters. You know.
Yeah,
Mm.
yeah, that's why I'm always hammering the situational ethics and the greater good shit, because it's like they're using these ideas, and it's interesting because the Bible specifically forbids doing something for the greater good if it's a wrong that to make a good. I can't remember the exact quote, but it was
Totally, totally, totally. I agree. I agree totally.
yeah,
And yeah, just because something seems good for whatever, it doesn't make it right. No, no.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, the greater good. Plus, the Illuminati wrote all about how they would persuade the minds of the masses through the greater good, and that they would always
Yeah,
convince them
yeah,
through.
yeah. Totally. That's what that's their raison d'etre. Totally.
Yeah,
Uh yeah.
because people aren't seeing it. Because it's like people they think that Illuminati isn't real, but it's like, well, why is every fruit of the Illuminati seem to come into fruition? You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah.
uh,
Yeah, I don't know. It's hard. It's a hard road to hoe. as they say. It's a hard road to hoe. Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. The damn it, is that the archive? Okay,
So
found it.
you've got no guests on tonight?
I just came on to smoke weed and discuss random shit.
Okay.
Yeah. I forgot where was that? No, it was only well. I'm not planning on reading, but I'm still going over these Dennis Cuddy articles because they're so they're so intense. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
this yeah, this is the David Wilcox show, but
Oh, David Wilcox.
he
David
he
Wilcox is a total piece of shit.
he
Totally.
didn't commit suicide. He did it. Not. It's
I,
like
I I've only got one of David Wilcox's books, and I think he's a total piece of shit.
oh
Totally.
yeah. Yeah, I heard David Wilcox 18 years ago, and I'm like, whoa, this dude is way off from anything
Yeah,
that's
totally,
realistic.
totally.
Not to mention he's quoting and preaching the Christ consciousness shit.
Yeah, totally.
It's like that religion turns people into maniacs or something. Uh, the what was it? The uh, damn it, this joint's hitting me. uh, what was I gonna say? Something about the I mean, it's just crazy because it's like everybody's like, oh, he found ascension, and it's like, what the fuck? He was a sick man. He needed help. Everybody around him was
I
like
mean, you just have to apply logic to it, and if applies logic to him, he totally discombobulated. Totally, totally. He did.
yeah.
He's got nothing to say for himself. Yeah.
Well, he's spewing the same bullshit as David Icke. I wouldn't doubt if David Icke was
Well,
confused.
I was worried about a person like uh, Graham Hancock. Have you ever read Graham Hancock's shit? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he seems
Yeah.
pretty sound of mind.
He seems like it, but he's full of shit. He's totally full of shit.
JJ
Totally.
says, just because David Wilcox bathed in his own shit does not mean he was not an ascended master. Ah, that's
well,
funny.
well, well, I mean, uh, okay. I'm gonna concede that David or Hillcock, um, he had some good observations about X, Y, and Z, but he's totally fabricated his es- eschatology or whatever. Like he's totally full of shit. Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. The
I mean, he had good observations about ancient cultures, blah blah blah. Yeah, he had good observations about that, but he really he's he's speculating on a high term. Yeah.
yeah. Well, that's why I made that picture of him with Marshall Applewhite, the guy from the Heaven's Gate.
Oh wow! I did not
Yeah,
know that. Wow.
yeah. I put them together in a picture, and it took me like 3 hours to do it because the AI refused to do it, and I can't tell a difference between David Wilcox and the fucking Heaven Gate cult. You know what I mean? Like,
Wow! Wow! Wow!
what's
Wow!
the difference
And
between
that makes total sense. Total sense. Yeah,
yeah,
because Heaven's Gate was totally out to lunch. Yeah, yeah.
yeah? That's I mean the only difference is he was one person and they were many people. That's the only difference.
Yeah, and that's what happened with the sun cult.
Oh yeah, the Solar Temple.
Yeah, solar temple. Yeah, totally. Yeah,
Yeah, there's
totally.
not really a nickel's worth of difference. I mean, Heaven's Gate's still a thing. I didn't know that.
It's still a thing. I didn't know
Oh yeah,
that.
yeah,
Wow.
yeah. JJ said that. Yeah, JJ. I always try to keep an eye out for the Cincinnati thing. Winston Churchill's grandfather was a Cincinnati member.
What?
Yeah,
What?
I swear
What
to
the
God, I
fuck?
was looking it up. I'm like, what the fuck?
Wow.
I'm like, oh, this
Wow.
explains a lot.
Yes. Yes.
I'm
Wow.
like, Jesus. No wonder. I wouldn't doubt if who was that Russian fucker, Stalin? I wonder if he's possibly related somehow. Uh,
Well, yeah, maybe. Yeah.
you never know.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if it's interesting. But if Stalin's a member, then that would mean there'd be and if his family isn't from the Revolutionary War, Stalin's family, then that would mean there could be a European or Russian sect. Uh,
Wow. And Stalin's daughter was named Svetlana. A beautiful name. I love the name
wait,
Svetlana.
Svetlana?
Yeah.
Oh, I know somebody with that name.
Yeah. Totally. It's a beautiful Russian name, but uh, yeah, that was Stalin's daughter, and she was involved in some
Yeah,
weird shit too.
yeah.
Oh wow, we
Well,
need to
JJ's saying
investigate
that
what we need to
where'd that go?
investigate
Edgar
what
Allan
changed.
Poe. Well, it's like Edgar Allan Poe. If JJ's saying Edgar Allan Poe's a Cincinnati dude, and that he was killed by the Masons. That's very interesting.
Yeah,
Uh,
totally.
I did
Uh,
find out Jim Jones. Jim Jones's family is a Cincinnati family. Uh,
I did not know that.
I thought that
Wow.
was fucked up. 'Cause, yeah, I was looking up Jim Jones's grandfather. I was like, no way. I'm like, this is crazy.
Why? Why? You look back on history and you say, why are all these people involved in weird shit? Like, fuck.
Yeah, let me see if I can bring up
How-
that Jim Jones thing.
Yeah.
Where's it at? Yeah, I took some screenshots of the find a grave of Jim Jones. I was like, whoa.
Well, Jim Jones was involved with MK Ultra and all that bullshit. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, let's see here. I think there might have been like an antique MK Ultra. I mean, if that makes sense. Where's it
And
at?
antique. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
like a very old. Where the fuck is that at? No, it's up here somewhere.
Well, you've read the book Chaos by what's his name? Yeah.
No, let's see. I gotta be close. Took like 4 pictures of his family graves. Uh, I got way too many notes here.
I mean, think about it. All these factors, these scenarios that we have to deal with. I mean, come on. I mean, obviously there's something going on. Yeah.
Damn it, where's it at? Yeah, it's like that's why that one book. That it's like they're taking they're taking oaths of blood, swearing they're going to vote for their fellow members. They're telling each other secrets of criminal activities, and that they're not disclosing the criminal activity to anyone. Uh,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
just one society. Who knows what the rest of them are doing? I
Yeah.
mean,
Totally. Totally.
what the fuck is that? Yeah, I'm still looking for this Jim Jones thing. Notes around here somewhere. Uh,
Jim Jones was hired by the CIA to to create. Uh, there's another outfit in South America called I forgot what they were called, but same thing happened. Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Um, it was on Netflix or
Oh, yeah.
Netflix.
He was a raging socialist too. He's on video on Netflix going, "We love socialism."
Yeah. It's called Colonia. Colonia. See if you can look up Colonia.
Oh,
Uh,
hold on, I just found the Jim Jones thing.
yeah, I don't know if it was on Netflix or Prime or whatever, but there's a show called Colonia, and it was the same thing all over again. Yeah,
Yeah, here it is. Private John Jones Sr., birth 1755, death 1838. Uh,
these were all CIA
yeah.
operations. Totally. Yeah.
Well, so revolutionary. He was a Revolutionary War veteran. John Jones Declaration. Blah blah. I don't remember why I outlined that sentence there. Volunteered under Captain Arbuckle. I think it was the name. No, I think it was Lord Dunmore. That's what. That's why I. Fuck. I can't remember. I didn't label it good enough. Shit. Uh.
Well, look up Colonia. Colonia.
Oh,
Colonia.
I remember.
Yeah,
I thought it was weird that the his father, I think it was, he was at Mount Zion Cemetery because a lot of the occultists are always buried at Zion cemeteries. Uh, yeah, so this is great grandfather, I think.
no, look up
Indiana.
Colonia. Look up Colonia. It's a CIA operation. Totally, totally.
Oh yeah. No, yeah, I believe that. Freaking, yeah, then that the mayor of San Francisco or some shit tried to go to that spot where Jim Jones was at, and then he was killed supposedly. Uh,
Yeah. Yeah, I know all about. Uh, he was called Raven, for whatever reason. Yeah.
oh well, yeah, that Lord Dunmore, JJ knows who that was. He says prior to Lexington and Concord, an attack on George Washington's farming outpost, Point Pleasant, West Virginia. So then that would mean that the Jim Jones's great grandfather is probably against the Cincinnati's, or I don't know.
Weird, weird. Yeah.
Yeah, the
Yeah, because Cincinnati was a very exclusive club. Yeah.
yeah. Damn, I got too many notes here. Oh, excuse me. Well,
You've never seen the movie called Colonia? Like, you've got to watch that movie. You've got to
it's a
watch.
movie.
Yeah.
Hmm. Yeah, I better not look at these notes. Otherwise, I can't think. Oh, this joint tastes good. Yeah. Whoa, excuse me. Yeah, there was definitely some this straight of what you call it, this whole Iran thing. Fucking the UN. I think it was yesterday or something. They were all trying to push some kind of policy that wasn't letting it open up or something.
Yeah, the Straits of Hormuz. Yeah.
Yeah, they need to just say fuck the UN and start mining the oil or drilling for oil in America. Because there's oil in America. I mean, they just don't want to let us have it. It's like that whole pipeline thing like 10, 15 years ago. Like fucking I think they purposely put it in that area of the tribal burial land, but it wasn't the people that wanted the oil to get to America that did that. That it was the people that were trying to create some kind of scandal or something where somebody would, because it's fucked up because it was like they were trying to put the pipe over the burial land and like uh basically I think that people who were involved in the process of the pipeline were trying to undermine it by putting it in bad locations. Uh,
Yeah.
but
Same in Canada. Yeah.
yeah, what was that? There was a '70s. It's like Cooper says the '70s oil crisis was created, and that it's like how do we know these oil crises aren't just like the Illuminati in France creating a food shortage? It's just a different kind of shortage. Uh,
Yeah. Totally. Totally.
yeah. What hmm. Yeah, I
Yeah.
got too many. You getting kind of tired?
Mm.
Can you hear
What?
me? Oh,
Yeah.
well, okay. Just making sure you weren't passing out or something. Uh,
No. I think I might though.
oh yeah, yeah. I might debate some dude. Never debated
Because
anybody.
we've got nobody interjecting. Nobody's uh, uh, flailing our point of view. So
Well, let
we're
me see if I can get another
preaching.
guest on here.
We're preaching to the crowd so far. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's like I notice when they hear us talk about the conspiracies, they never ask any very good discovery questions. You
Yeah,
know,
I know that pisses me off because nobody has any uh, awareness of uh, of what's going on. Like they they they, they submit to the overarching conspiracy, but they don't they don't have a valid uh, contrary point of view. Yeah, yeah.
yeah, yeah. I remember one time I was arguing in custody court for custody of my kid, and the judge was asking discovery questions, and I should have called him. I mean, I did call him out, but I should have had him recuse himself because he was practicing law from the bench, which is illegal. I think I could still sue him over it. Those fucking bastards. Someday I'll get to sue everybody. Not fucking. I
Yeah.
just gotta go to money for a lawyer because I don't think. I think if I published or I think if I put in the paperwork and stuff, they'd figure out some kind of way to screw me over because I'm not the
Of
best with
course, of
procedure.
course, of
Uh,
course. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Whoa, excuse me. JJ
And that's
learn about
what
weight health.
that's what I'm talking about. People that are viewing the podcast right now. I mean, are they going to give a valid exposition of their point of view, or are they going to fucking whine about X, Y, and Z? Like,
That's
come
what
on.
Cooper hated when people listen to the when Cooper or when people listen to the broadcasts of Cooper's and they didn't understand what he was saying. They were just listening to it for entertainment, and that
Yeah, that's what pisses me off. I mean, come on, people, engage in the conversation. Engage and try to rebut if you can rebut
yeah.
or whatever. Yeah,
Well, it's
yeah.
interesting because remember, dang, why does my fucking thing keep opening? The so I sent. Remember, I was talking about that Roosevelt speech, where he says the direct phrase of the third degree. I asked a few Masons that I know. I said, hey, I quoted the speech of, or not Roosevelt, Woodrow Wilson. Uh, there's power so pervasive, so blah blah that I better not speak above my breath in condemnation of it. Direct quote from the third degree. But so I asked a bunch of my Mason friends, and all of them were very hesitant on responding because I said, "Oh, doesn't this sound like the third degree?"
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Have you ever read Elizabeth Gilling's book called The Roosevelt Red Record? I mean, come on,
Hmm.
come on.
Oh
I
yeah,
mean,
well,
people wake up.
Dennis Cuddy definitely put a connection with Roosevelt to Clinton Roosevelt. Uh, you're familiar with Clinton Roosevelt?
Oh, yeah, no, I'm not, uh, I'm not familiar with Clinton, but what was the other Roosevelt guy? He
Yeah, the
wrote a
other one
book.
that married his family.
Yeah, he wrote a book. He wrote a book about hunting beasts in the jungle, but he also wrote another book,
Oh
um,
yeah, what's his name too?
Kermit, Kermit Roosevelt. Yeah, Kermit. Yeah,
Yeah, well, I think they were working for world British imperialism.
totally, totally.
Yeah, it's like Clinton Roosevelt. His mentor's mentor was like literally an Illuminati uh, dude or whatever, and it was damn it, I can't remember the name. Dennis
Philip,
Cuddy.
Philip Drew, Philip Drew.
No, no, damn it,
Oh, that
I need to get copies of Dennis
Philip
Cuddy's
Drew
books.
was Wilson's mentor. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah,
Yeah, that's mentioned in the Cuddy articles. That Drew character.
yeah,
Uh,
totally.
what was yeah, I want to get
Yeah,
Dennis
that
Cuddy
was
on here.
he was Wilson's mentor. Yeah, yeah, totally.
Ooh. Yeah, didn't he have the 7 points or something?
Yeah,
Wilson.
he brought up Phil's or Wilson's so-called blah 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 points. Yeah, yeah,
They all had their own spins on everything. Like what was it? The New Deal of what's his name? The Reaganomics. The
yeah, totally, totally.
it's like Cooper. He's like talking about the Reaganomics. He's like Reaganomics. It's socialism. Like, what are you kidding me?
I know, and people never realize that. Like, shit.
Yeah, because my uncle, he's a huge Reagan fan. Don't get me wrong, because like,
I was, I innocently back in the day, I was a Reagan fan too. I
it's weird though, because it's like
Yeah,
Reagan. It's like he says such good
yeah,
quotes that are pro America, and but then Cooper is like, no one buy his fruits. He made the fucking budget go up like 10 times or some shit, or fucking he made the deficit or whatever, the national debt go up like 10 times or something, and
yeah.
but
I never understood that because I didn't. I was a stupid. I was a stupid teenager, and I didn't understand what was going on. Yeah, yeah,
yeah, yeah, it's definitely I mean, I don't know. I remember being a kid, and then it's like Bush one got in office, and that because I still remember when there was still before
Yeah,
Bush,
totally.
but
Totally
like
Bush one got in office and I totally supported him. I thought, oh wow, he's on top of things. But
I
yeah.
never really thought about it too much. I mean, I seen all the jokes, no new taxes,
Yeah.
and then
Yeah.
but then what was it? I mean, he says the New World Order thing and all that stuff. But I didn't catch on when I was a little kid. Well, I mean, I mean, I remember the Waco thing on the news, and it was like I caught on to that
Yeah, yeah, totally.
because, like,
Totally.
on the news, I was a kid and I used to read the Popular Science magazine, and I knew about infrared and fucking whatever, and like they said that during the Waco thing that a reflection. They said they were arguing about the who blanked first, whether it was the agents or the religious fanatics. But so, and then on the news, it was like it had an infrared video that was a heat camera or whatever that showed you could see where that one of the ATF dude was firing first on the Waco people in the film on the
Yeah,
news, and the
totally.
new,
Totally.
well then the
Totally.
news was like the news was like that's a reflection of the sun off the barrel. And I'm like what? I'm like a little kid, and I'm like you can't see a reflection with the fucking heat camera. Like that's fucking bullshit, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
And then I brought that up to everybody who's grown, because I was still pretty young, and like they didn't even get it. They're like, "What are you talking about?" It's like, "What do you mean what
Yeah,
I'm talking about?"
yeah,
Talking about
I totally.
reality.
When I was young, I totally missed that. But I mean, uh, I had read the Illuminatus, Chron- Illuminatus trilogy by Robert Anton Wilson and
But
Robert
I don't really care
back
for that
in
series.
back in '85, or
Yeah,
was it no 75, 75. So I was totally suspicious of everything that was going on in government
yeah, but were
circles.
you suspicious of Robert Anton Wilson?
Yeah, eventually, yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yeah, 'cause he's involved with those OTO and Satanists and stuff.
yeah, totally, totally. That's sad, but he had a lot of good to say in his book.
I mean, he seemed like a nice person, but you can't trust any of them. You can't trust any of them that are involved
Yeah,
with any
that's
of
the
those cults.
problem. That's the problem. Yeah, I
Even the
mean, all
Masons,
those,
Mormons, all of them.
yeah,
Fucking. I mean, you can trust them not to steal your wallet, but you can't trust that because they're all under oath. And it's like that's why it's like nobody responded. Well, I mean, everybody that I knew that was Mason was very hesitant to respond on that me saying that the Woodrow Wilson quote was him quoting the third degree at the end about not speaking above your breath in condemnation, and that like it's a clear sign that they hold their oaths 100%. That's because I found out face to face when I went to join the Masonic Lodge, and fucking and I told them I purposely told them I didn't believe in God and I believed in chaos just so they wouldn't accept me. And like but because I asked the dude a series of questions, and he lied right to my face. The Tyler of the Lodge, he lied to my face, and it confirmed that they take their oath serious, and that that's why I said I believed in chaos and not God, because if I said I believed in God, then they wouldn't expel me, and that you see what I'm saying? I
yeah,
was
I
playing
understand.
stupid. I was playing stupid, and uh,
Yeah, yeah, I've got a few friends that were tried to be recruited by the Masons, and yeah, they had similar experiences, and uh, wow, they denied it, so they
Yeah.
never joined the lodge. Yeah.
Well, I've checked out the rosters of people who were you can just sit there and watch people go in and out of the lodge every I think it's every Wednesday or every first Wednesday of the month I think it is. I'm pretty sure it's Wednesday. Cause remember they're Hermes is Wednesday.
Wow. Wow.
Mercury.
Wow.
But like you can park and just watch them all go in and out. And like you can see all the people that own the biggest restaurants, the people that are working in the government, fucking, sometimes it's just little shop people that have a nice small business in the main district of the town or city.
Yeah, no, that kills me. That kills me. Totally
Well,
kills
then
me.
I, well, then I found out that because I know my friend's dad is a 32nd degree Mason, and that I found out that he was going down to the Blue Lodge all the time. It's like, well, what is he doing? Going to the Blue Lodge, trying to recruit socialists? Because he's a
Well,
fucking socialist.
yeah, socialist. That's yeah,
Yeah.
that's shitty. Yeah.
Well, it's like my friend's brother. My friend, he didn't. His stepdad was the Mason or whatever, and that he didn't get brainwashed by the socialism, but his brother did. His brother moved to like Minnesota or something, and like turned into a big Marxist, and it was you could tell that his brother was brainwashed by his stepdad. Uh, it was
That's
clear.
that's
Well,
sick.
it was
Yeah.
fucked up too because his brother had allegations of his stepdad sexually harassing him or something, or
Oh,
sexually
oh,
assaulting him.
oh,
It was like,
oh.
what the fuck? That's fucked up.
Yeah, totally.
But everybody still goes to that guy's computer store because it no, it's just funny because he's got the there's no there's a lot of
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, yeah.
yeah. Well, it's like one of the towns that I used to live in. The judge of the town, he constantly got in trouble drinking and driving. Never got well. He didn't get in trouble. He'd get pulled over, but he would never get charged with anything. And I guarantee he was a Mason, and that the police were Masons
Yeah,
because
totally,
when
totally.
I was in that city,
And
hold on, when I was in that city and fucking they pulled me over once, and I had a Mason Bible in the back seat, and then they never pulled me over again, ever.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I read that about in Red Deer that Masons meet every. I don't know if it was
Wednesday.
Thursdays or Wednesdays, and everything was cool. As long as you were part of them. Yeah.
Whoa, excuse me. I need to quit
It
eating a bunch of raw cookie dough.
Rob Cahudo,
Cookie
who's
dough.
who's that?
Yeah, I gotta quit eating like a fucking idiot. What was Yeah. So how was I gonna something about the Masons?
Oh, how they're so pervasive and how they control everything. And yeah,
Well, I mean, it seems like that. It also seems like well, it's weird because like one of my friends' dad, he used to have a
yeah,
huge business.
and that's what I was talking about. Have you ever read Daniel's trilogy on the Masons? I mean,
Maybe.
yeah,
Well, like okay, so most Masons
yeah.
typically go to what is that church? The Church of Saint John or something? Saint John the Divine. Typically, those
Oh,
churches are full of
oh
Masons.
yeah, in New York or wherever
Anywhere,
it is. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Hey, have you ever seen the movie Salt
salt.
with Angelina Jolie? She takes place in Saint John Divine. Yeah, it's It's a weird movie, but
Oh yeah,
yeah,
every movie of that lady's is fucking weird.
yeah,
It's all got new age bullshit, and
yeah. Oh,
you can tell what her dad was in that movie with Nicolas Cage about the America, and how they made some kind of fake bullshit. They pretended to have a fake Masonic movie because
oh yeah,
everything they
yeah, 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 yeah. That was what was it called? Yeah.
yeah, I can't remember the name, but it was not. They tried to imitate like Masonic symbols and stuff, but they didn't really. It's I don't know. It was unrealistic. It's still a great movie, but it's unrealistic. The
Uh, yeah, it was
invisible ink
called,
thing is definitely a thing that used to, but like it would have been more like a cipher if anything,
yeah.
because
Um,
it's
oh, frick, what was that movie called? Uh, American, blah, blah, blah. Uh, I forget what it was called. Yeah, yeah, that was a good movie. And, Angelina Jolie, she got her boobs cut off, blah, blah, blah.
yeah.
She, she bowed down to the world order, and
Well, you
her
could tell.
father,
Well, you could tell she was New World Order, that she was some kind of a occultist or something by that Foxfire movie that she was in. I remember seeing that when I was a kid. I skipped
it
school and seen it
pissed
on
me,
TV.
it pissed me off because I loved Laura Croft. I,
I mean,
I, I loved her in Laura Croft. I thought she was fabulous, but
you
whatever.
could tell by her eyes and her dad's eyes that they got that English. I think it's English. They got those. How some of the English got like kind of wide eyes or something, or like I don't know how to explain it. I'm always trying to, or I don't know. The movies are these people making the movies are all clowns. I mean, we could make a better movie than fucking these motherfuckers.
Really? I don't know. I don't know.
Well, I got three that I plan on making. One's a documentary, one's on Cthulhu, and then I don't know what the other one is. Maybe I'll just I don't know.
Cthulhu. Wow. Wow.
It'd be funny to yeah, 'cause technically Corey Feldman said he would be in my Cthulhu movie.
Really? Wow. I'd love Corey Feldman to be there. Uh, uh, you know what? I gotta take a
Oh,
PIMS
here,
8.
I'll take you off the screen here. Okay, yeah, the what was damn it, I'm pretty stoned. The sweet doesn't taste that great, but it definitely gets you stoned. Yeah, I missed that. Who's CFR? Let's see here. How's everybody doing this evening, morning? We're almost at the 420 mark. Then we will ignite a doobie. Well, I've got a doobie right now, but well, I guess I shouldn't say we because I don't know if y'all are smoking a joint. Let's see. Maybe we should go into something. Wait, I don't have the screenshots on the thing anymore. So that what is that? Maybe I'll just bust out some screenshots here. So okay, I think Harry's almost done. Let me just put this on the screen. Uh, yeah, that one right there. Okay.
Well, you know what I was thinking? Uh,
What's that?
Uh, I don't have I don't have much of a life right now.
Nah, well,
So
neither do I, so don't worry. I mean, I got a girlfriend
so
and stuff, but I mean,
so I go to the alleged uh, Salvation Army warming stations uh, at various bus or sea train stops in Calgary.
yeah. What is the warming station? It's like if you're like waiting for a bus or something.
Yeah, yeah, but you go there and you get a you get a cup of soup, you get a coffee, a sandwich, blah blah blah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
you see any people that's cool there or anything? Or
No, no, nobody at school. So
oh,
I
well,
go
that
there.
sucks.
I go there uh once a week, or you know, every other day. I go there and I meet various people from the streets and, you know, different avenues, blah blah blah. You know, people from the street.
Yeah.
And uh, what was I going to say about that? Um,
I don't remember. The
um,
third joint's kicking in pretty good. uh,
so,
so
so
have you read the collected works of Thomas Paine?
I've read certain works of Thomas Paine. Yeah, yeah,
He does some pretty good writing. Uh,
yeah. I disagree with him on a lot of things because he's an asshole.
well, that whole Age of Reason thing.
Yeah,
Well,
he's a
excuse me.
total asshole. Yeah, total asshole.
Well, I like his writings. Okay,
Well,
so I don't know if you noticed this one. So on the screen here, I'm sure you got Heckathorn's Secret Societies of all ages and
yeah,
countries, or
yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, I've got that book. Yeah,
Heckathorns. Yeah.
yeah.
So page 310 of volume 2,
Oh,
he's
shit.
he says specifically that Phi Beta Kappa is Illuminati. Uh,
Yeah, I agree. I agree totally. Totally. Totally.
yeah, it's interesting. He mentions a Baptist minister from Southern colleges. Because look at those, my friend. Because one of my friends, he said something I never heard about. He said he said that his father was, he went to a church or something, and that the people were uh some kind of Southern Baptist church, and that they were uh pretending to talk uh glossolalia. Uh, they were
Oh, fuck off with the glossolalia.
no,
Like that,
well, hold on. I'm
that's
saying
total bullshit. Total bullshit.
no. I'm not saying it's real. I'm saying that it's that the people are induced into fanaticism in these types of churches.
Have you read church history on the Montanists and different different groups like that? I mean, they had glossolalia back in the 2100s. Yeah,
Hmm.
that happened back then. It's all bullshit.
2100. Well, I don't believe in glossolalia. I mean, I've seen it before, but I don't believe. Well, I don't know. When I seen it, it sounded like the person was talking Elvish.
Totally, totally.
But
They
like
try. They tried.
those
I was
Baptist
in.
churches,
I was.
those people are just
I
crazy.
was in a. I was in a third movement Pentecostal church, and they promoted glossolalia, and they said
Oh,
if you don't speak in tongues, you're not saved. You're
Well,
not
what?
a Christian.
So they're
Yeah.
crazy.
to- Yeah, totally. And I never spoke in tongues. I never did. I couldn't
What'd you
I
say to
couldn't
him? Excuse me? Like, what'd you say?
to- no, totally. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it because I thought it was all bullshit. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. The how was well, so that's well, not the sub. Don't think of the subject itself, but think of how the Illuminists always they get people to exercise an extreme fanaticism. Uh,
Yeah, yeah, that's what they do. Yeah, totally. Totally.
because you can take any of the groups, and that's a key characteristic that
Yeah, 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 it is. Yeah.
the outer core
Totally.
is always some sort of fanaticist insanity, and then the inner core is all these atheists. Uh,
Yeah, this is a weird thing because they never they never while I was involved with that group, they never tried to make me talk in tongues. So I never did, and that was a weird thing. I thought that was weird. Yeah.
yeah, that's definitely bizarre.
Yeah.
Uh, well, so on the screen, this is a Crowley OTO picture, and it's a symbol picture of the destroying of religions and the bringing about of the death of quote unquote superstition, even though the outer core of the cult is always ran by superstition and fanaticism. But it's the same key tenet as the fucking Illuminati. Where does it say it?
Totally. Totally. And it's the same key tenet of glossolalia where you speak in tongues. Totally. It's the
Yeah, that's
same thing.
definitely fanaticism.
Totally. Totally. Yeah.
Yeah, here it is. The the new eon release the children of the new eon from the curse of the dogma of original sin and other priestly bogies. And then it has Crowley's bullshit. Uh,
Yeah, which is weird how the Pentecostals termed that. They said it was if you speak in tongues, you're free from your whatever
what
sins.
I forgot what
Sins.
you remember what the Master Therion is? I can't remember what the fuck that is.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
That's some kind of Crowley bullshit.
Yeah.
I don't remember what DDS stands for either. Freighter DDS. Uh, I can't remember what that stands for. Uh, yeah, one of the oh, this isn't the right notes. Okay, hold on here. Technical difficulties. Nah. The what?
Well,
Oh, you're making me
well,
dizzy with that camera.
yeah. What? I
I'm just
don't
joking.
know.
Uh,
Hmm.
yeah. So the there's some more OTO type shit. Damn it, this is like Nazi UFO shit.
I might be
Oh, you're
helping.
passing out.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, we'll take it easy.
Are you sure?
Wait, are you passing out? I'm not passing out.
Well,
you can
I,
you can hang out if you are. I don't know. I thought you were saying you were passing out.
so what's the delineation on the chat? I don't know. I have no access to the
Oh,
chat.
uh, well, JJ thinks you're a vampire still.
Of
He,
course, of course.
uh,
Why would he
well,
think
he said
I'm a van?
he,
Why
he
would
said
he
he
think?
said the phi well he said the Phi Beta Kappa started the Greek culture in American universities. That's definitely relevant because those Greek cults are
Yeah,
are
yeah, they are totally relevant. Yeah, totally, totally. But I mean, why did he think I'm a vampire? Like, fuck off, JD.
well assuming it's the Holocaust denial part.
Well, of course, because he's a crypto Jew.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's not that's not nice. Yeah. Okay. So, well, these are not the right notes here. Well, have you seen that movie Fog and Night from 1954? I think it is.
Fog and night?
Yeah, I think
No,
that's the name of it. Fog and Night or Night and Fog or something
no,
like
I
at
haven't
night.
seen.
Well, it's about the Holocaust. I watched it just because
And
was
you believe in the Holocaust? Like
yeah,
you're
definitely.
fucking,
Well,
you're full of shit.
I'm not full of shit. That fucking video is fucked up. That's I gotta smoke
No,
another
you're
joint.
full of
I gotta go
shit.
get a cigarette just because that video is
The
so fucked up.
Holocaust is a myth.
Nah,
Total myth.
you don't understand. Where'd they get that giant mountain of hair? The biggest mountain of human hair I've ever seen. It was disgusting. I'm getting a cigarette. I'm gonna need a cigarette for this
Are
conversation.
you serious? You're full of shit.
I'm definitely serious.
Totally full of shit. Oh.
Okay. All right. Sorry about that. I was just grabbing a cigarette. All right. So we're having the Holocaust debate. Okay. You still there? Where'd you go? No. Ah, damn it. I was ready for the Holocaust debate. Uh, okay. You still there? I don't think he's there. Ow. Motherfucker. Well, that movie's fucked up. I do not suggest anybody watch that movie. Because it's very graphic. Not the whole movie, just mainly the end. Where'd Harry go? Damn, I was just grabbing a cigarette to smoke with him. Nah, son of a bitch. Nah, I need to quit smoking cigarettes. What does that say? Thank you. Oh yeah. Well, thank you, Chattahoochee Lee. Are you named after that country song? Way down yonder on the Chattahoochee, something something. Learn how to live. I forget the words. Uh, yeah, I always roll the cigarette in a new paper because the cigarette paper's got chlorine in them. Yeah, yeah. Technically, if you say like part of the lyrics of any '90s country song, I can recite the rest of the lyrics. uh, damn, where'd Harry go? I'm gonna message him. Fucking, that's what you get for working in construction. You know all the country songs, even though you're not a country fan. You know every fucking lyric. I mean, there's some decent songs, but let's see here. Where did Harry go? I think he went. Like, I wasn't clear if he was passed or not. I'm gonna tell him to come back. So it's, all right, I told him to come back. Damn, why the fuck does my camera keep going off? All right, sorry, I've got computer gremlins. I think it's just an old camera. It's from like the '90s or something. Uh, yeah. So I think that we need to research more where this info technologies went to. So I'm definitely been interested in that for quite some time. This is from a staff study of allegations of something. I should have booked. I saved the book. Uh, but okay. Well, I rolled a cigarette for nothing, I guess. 'Cause Harry left. All right. Well, who am I going to smoke a cigarette with? Let's see here. All right. Well, I'm gonna put a link back in the chat so here you can jump on. I rolled this cigarette to smoke with you, you son of a bitch. What time is it? 4. Uh, maybe there's a. Let's see. Okay. Well, I guess let me just go through. What is this? Alien shit, UN shit. You know, the UN. What can I say about the UN that I haven't said about your mama? I'm just kidding. Uh, okay. So, damn, I rolled the cigarette way too loose. So, when you see this statue, you should think Department Publication 7277. You should think the United Nations Disarmament Act. You should think a bunch of commies want to take your Bill of Rights. That's what you should think. It's not just one of the rights. They want to take all the rights. They don't want no freedom of press. They don't want no freedom of assembly. They don't want no people having rights, not being able to get searched. People should have rights, you know? This is America. I mean, this is the land. People of all different religious denominations all came together and were like under the auspices of freedom and fucking joined the common cause, even though they all probably hated each other. They still joined the common cause to help, you know. It's like America in the Revolutionary War. White men and black men fought right next to each other. The Revolutionary War to free America. If you read the free, the book is from like it's an old book. It's called The Free Negro in Maryland. It talks about how there was more free black people in Maryland in the 1700s, the 1770s than there was white people. Uh, and that was like the only place like that in the world where so many free people were walking around that were black. And that the first death of the Revolutionary War was Boston Massacre was a black dude. His 3 white friends. I mean, you know, I mean, I don't like to use the words white and black because I think it's a stupid politician type word. It doesn't even mean anything. We've all got tribal ancestors, and it doesn't matter where you come from. You go back far enough, you'll find your tribal ancestors. I mean, well, maybe not if you're like Italian or something and you're Roman or something, you know. But like if you're Scottish or Irish, I mean, that's those got tribes that were yeah. So this whole subject here, secular humanism and these world government businesses that have these goofy logos of people holding hands, stick figures holding hands. Uh, where's the next? Yeah, see, there's a whole reason for all this bullshit. Uh, excuse me. Uh, yeah, this whole sustainable goals, United Nations Day. And then look at this. This is interesting. October 24th, United Nations Day. I've talked about this before. Witchcraft traditions, October 24th, often relates to the astrological shift to Scorpio, connecting to psychic energy. So it's interesting that United Nations Day is October 24th. They got the secular humanist world government symbol of people holding hands. Oh yeah, I definitely heard that too. Clogging of toilets. Yeah. So this whole UN thing. This and keep in mind it's the same symbol as the secular humanists. What is humanism? These whole notice the colors, the same as the Bill Gates pendant that he was wearing. World Humanist Day. You know, it's like reminds me of that thing where it's like the people that make this shit, they're always so shady. The fucking secular humanists. I mean, look at the guy that made Earth Day, the real guy, not the guy that the internet says. The dude that fucking was a murderer. That's the guy that created Earth Day. You'll notice a pentacle in the picture. 5 different colors. These are all symbols that are all found in magic. The 3 lines, the symbol of Mercury, the trilateral commission. You know, there's so many of these. William Cooper warned against these secular humanists. Oh, this is Knights of the Solar Temple shit. Let's see. Yeah, see. Secular humanism. What is this? That article on Casolero. Still haven't read this. Go over that. Well, I read part of it, but let's see. What do we got here? Oh, there's a laser. I don't know why I kept that picture. It's just, yeah. Oh, yep. Yeah. There's the confirmation that what's his name? Let's see here. Okay, a bunch of cult mumbo jumbo, mumbo jumbo. I mean, I know what the fuck all this stupid shit means, but there's no point in going over a bunch of occult symbology. It's just a waste of time. I mean, I like to discuss it, but okay. So this is about mesmerism, hypnotism. Here's speaking of that. Here's the 1984, yeah, 84 Olympics fake UFO. Well, what's relevant about this is that the magnetic thought, animal magnetism, that the yeah, none of these are in order here. Okay. Well, the idea that they're using secular humanism as animal magnetism, uh, or they're using the animal magnetism to perpetuate secular humanism. Excuse me. Oh, here's a picture of Epstein on the Epstein Island. Okay, what is this all devil shit? Okay. Yeah. What they're doing is it's very similar to what Cagliostro. Cagliostro was some kind of sex occultist, and that he was definitely practicing something weird, having all the females of the occultist groups disrobe and participate in some kind of orgies. Remember that Crowley said that he was the reincarnation of Cagliostro. What is this Hashashim shit? Uh, but so I mean, I would say this whole thing is these occultists. they put people into madness, like that David Wilcox into madness. Unless that, well, it's a tough subject with that Solar Temple because they might have been the Knights of the Solar Temple might have been executed, according to Cooper, because he had information saying that they were, you know, hit right in the back of the head, and they were all their hands were tied, which is fucked up. Uh, the Knights of the Solar Temple is fucked up. I thought this was weird. I mean, I've went over this before, but right at the same time of uh, them bringing out this weird television show about uh, cult consciousness hive mind, they called a new RNA based life form an obelisk, and then they came out with the I figured the was this all clone shit pigmentation. Okay, I'm not going over the Nazi shit. How many fucking I got way too many notes here. Let's see here. Okay. Yeah, the cigarette would have been better if I was arguing with Harry. Where the fuck did he go? He got mad because I thought the Holocaust was real. That's what I'm gonna make a. I'm gonna make a Holocaust documentary. I'm gonna put it on the internet. They're not gonna censor me 'cause it's about the Holocaust. Fucking I'm gonna dig deep into it, and I'm gonna fucking prove that it happened. Then after that, I'm gonna make a round Earth documentary because stuff's getting out of control. People are going crazy. Base your life on craziness, and that the life built on craziness will crumble. The foundation will be trash. Uh, remember that quote from Albert Pike's book, page I think it's 794. I think it is. He says that the perfection of the self, the great work and the perfection of the self, is but a ruse. Remember, and that he says the true adepts know the real secret, and that it's not about the perfection of the self. Uh, it's about mind control, and that anybody that's a member of any Masonic or secret society, they will never believe that it's, even if you show them the Albert Pike quote, where he's saying it's literally not about the perfection of the self. Uh, literally. I mean, I just read it the other night, I think last night or the night before. The perfection of the self is a ruse. It's all a lie. Remember, the occultists deal with they deal with uh, deceptions. They deal with let me find a cool picture here. They deal with deceptions, and that the people who are in the occult are unaware of the deceptions. Where the fuck's a cool picture at? And that they're used for the real great work, which has nothing to do with perfection of the self. What is this? Okay, so obviously I don't have any cool pictures. Where's the cool picture at? Come on. There's got to be a cool picture in here. Oh, there's a cool picture. Yeah. Okay. Cool picture. This is a symbol of the mysteries. But this is irrelevant to what I'm talking about. It's just a cool picture. But so the allure of the occult is how they get people stuck in it. The allure, and that the allure into it is all a ruse, and that the people, they adopt these systems and don't understand it's like they're adopting an operating system, and they're not controlling the operating system. Just imagine if you had some kind of controls on your car where somebody else was driving it for you. I mean, you could compare it to the Teslas. The people are subscribing to an occult religion and a belief system where they think it's about perfecting themselves, but they're simultaneously being used to proliferate the quote unquote great work, and that this is not an exaggeration, a confabulation. This is not superstition. That in the books, these people talk about their plan and their great work, and that their plan and their great work is world socialism, and that is absolutely 100% documented. And that fucking, and if you want some kind of reference, look into Cuddy's research. He covers all that shit. Cooper covers it all. Many people cover it all. Ralph Epperson, Dennis. Well, no, I already said that. I need to quit rolling these joints so fat. Uh, read chapter 3 of The Dark Side of Freemasonry. Read the whole book. Read it and see. Don't trust anybody else's word. Trust your own. Once you confirm something from multiple sources, from the mouth, from whence the idea came, that's confirmation. So when Pike's talking about this great work and this deception of self perfection, because notice how nobody really understands, but this David Wilcox fella, he was into the Christ consciousness, the great work. He was trying to perfect himself. Why the fuck does my camera always freeze? Fucking stupid camera. He was trying to perfect himself. And look at his fate. Look at what God handed him. He said, "Oh shit. You want to fuck around? Peace." You know, that's what God said. You want to be an idiot? Follow your idiocy. Do it. I gave you free will. That's what God would say. Push the button. Keep in mind that send some prayers out for David Wilcox's soul, because who knows if he's being eaten by the star Sirius right now. Because, I mean, according to their religion, that's what they're doing. I'm not talking in a superstitious sense because I've read their books. According to their religion, they're feeding the star, feeding the gods, feeding them dupes. I mean, what's all the satanic lore about? These people sacrificing people to the devil? They don't literally sacrifice. I mean, they might, but they don't have to. These Luciferians sacrifice themselves trying to accomplish the great work of perfection because they're insane, because they're stricken with madness. And that this is all a symptom of Weishaupt's Illuminati. It's all a symptom of the OTO. These exercising of madness, uh, What's going on? Were you listening to what I was saying, or
Well, I just went on that guy that we were talking to the other night, that Pineal Power.
yeah,
I subscribed to his channel after we were talking the other night.
yeah? What about him?
He was streaming. I went on there, and that guy, that guy was like totally wacko, like
Oh yeah, I can tell.
going off on the numbers and
Well,
all
he
this
seems
David
like he's nice,
Wilcock
but he's
stuff.
definitely wacko.
Well,
We
I
might be
thought I
able.
could like have a good conversation with him, like on his stream, but he was talking
Yeah, the numerology people
like
sometimes.
bringing up all the numbers of everything.
Well, some of it could be relevant. Like I like donuts work, but I don't like certain people's stuff because it seems like they're getting off into la la land. You know what I mean? Uh,
I
what was I
mean,
gonna say?
as far as I'm concerned, the number stuff is mostly important to like whenever you see them using it in like encoding it in their own shit.
Yeah,
So like if you see a bunch of Masonic type numbers and stuff like in a psyop, like that might be relevant, but you can't just take everything as like a number game and like
well,
use it as a divination or something.
it's relative to what I was just talking about because it's like they're the exercising of fanaticism. It's definitely happening. People are going around saying the craziest shit. It's like even people are even if you were to just take the it's like how Andrew Wilson is he's demanding people show them evidence of what they're saying, accusing the leader of our country of being a sexual thing or whatever, and that nobody's shown him any evidence, and that they're all calling him names because they believe in stuff that doesn't exist, and that they can't verify it, and so this cult of fanaticism, whether it be numbers or accusing people of sex stuff, or the people thinking that David Wilcock didn't blow his brains out. This is all this exercising of fanaticism and superstition. Uh, that it's clear. It's like they've externalized this
Well,
thing.
what's the clip from like it was like William Colby or something that said like that the CIA like our disinformation campaign will be complete when the American people don't even know what the fuck the truth is, or there's a quote like that where people don't even know what's real and what's not.
Yeah,
So like even if people are like maybe on the right trail of things, like they could be still be misled because it's like they don't want us to know one way or the other on anything. And even if we're right about some things, like we're still being misled, or corralled into some interpretation of it, or what, you know what I mean?
yeah, corralled. That's a good way to put it. That's that metaphor I usually use. It's like it's like the way how the natives used to hunt. Some of the tribes, they would they would corral the buffalo or bison or whatever. They would corral them into a canyon or something, and then it would get narrower and narrower, and at the end they would either trap them or they would run them off a cliff, and that's what they're doing metaphorically to people's thoughts. They're corralling them into these algorithms and fucking they're making them you know they're making them part of this dialect, this Hegelianism. It's like that's why I was talking about these words. Like the word conservative. It's like I'm a conservative towards a de jure constitutional republic, and that I'm liberal against a world socialist government. But there's all these communists and all these people that don't even know what the Constitution is, and that they are conservative towards a de facto unconstitutional world socialist government. But they are liberal against a constitutional de jure Republican form of government. See, so there's the words. The best example of the Hegelian dialect, because they're using words, but they're not using the full phrase. They're not in that, so they're throwing around phrases and stuff, and people adhere to them, but not knowing that it's only half the definition. Because it's like, well, what are you conservative towards? And that's
Yeah.
where there's like socialists who are
Like I'm a
pretending to be
conservative.
Republicans.
I'm a conservative towards you know
Well, I'm not asking you personally,
well,
but
I'm not saying myself. I'm just throwing it out as like a joke or like a hypothetical.
well,
But like somebody could be like oh, I'm a conservative for like in the 70s back when we would drink and drive and like fuck 16-year-old girls and listen to Bruce Springsteen. Those are the days. It's like, well, if
Bruce
that's what
Springsteen.
your idea of conservatism is,
That's definitely not
you know.
conservative.
But
Conservative is about
there are people who like that's their idea of conservative. Like, oh yeah, back in my day, we would you used to be able to smoke in a restaurant.
yeah. Well, I like smoking, so
I mean, I think you should be able to smoke in bars at least. I mean,
they shouldn't be able to put a standard on that.
if the owner of the bar is like, hey, you're like chain smoking in the bar and it's bothering other people, like they can kick you out, but it shouldn't be like a law, you know.
Yeah. Well, the fact that you can't smoke weed anywhere, it's like it's supposed to be legal, but you can't really smoke it. I mean, you can smoke it on the street, but like there's no like bar or something you could go to smoke it. I mean there is in other states, but not Michigan.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's like a weird state law thing. So, like in the state I'm in, it's not even legal to just smoke it down the street, or
Yeah. Well, I mean, before it was legal, I used to smoke it. I, I used to smoke it everywhere before it was legal. Now that it's legal, I don't smoke it anywhere besides my house.
But do you think that's like part of it, where like they legalized it so that they could have like greater control over it, you know?
Yeah, it's all about money. They made it in Michigan, so start a you couldn't start a farm or whatever and get a license to farm unless you had $100,000 in the bank, and you also had to pay thousands and thousands of dollars. And so it locked everybody out who's poor who wanted to start a farm. Because I know some old dude that wanted to start a farm, and he got locked out of getting a license and couldn't do it and all this stuff. And
Well, the beauty of it is like it's like a black market thing. So it's like you're if you want to make money without paying taxes, you could like sell weed or something. You know what I mean?
well,
Because it's like a black market thing. But then they make it legal. It's like, oh, now you can't do the black market shit anymore.
well, I mean, in a way, it's good that they destroyed the black market because all the druggies and stuff. But then they created like a new thing where it's like there's all these fucking Marxists that are all fucking into all this fucking wacko shit that's like, and they're all fucking hooked on drugs and shit. And like fucking, you know, it's fucked up.
Well, that guy, that Pineal Power, I wanted to talk to him. He mentioned at one point like the like Infinite Plane Society. He was getting information from the Infinite Plane Society. It sounds like he's a
Mm.
flat earther, and
Yeah,
he's using the name pineal power, like he's like into like his pineal gland and the third eye and all this. I mean, like, and he was talking about numerology a lot. So I kind of wanted to get in deep with him about where all his ideas come from, but he didn't want to talk about that.
uh,
Yeah.
yeah. Just like when I asked the Christ consciousness lady, "Where'd your ideas come from?" I got exiled off the show.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not like trying to shit on other people's ideas, but
Well, if they
you're
can't
like,
source it, then they're running
when
on
you're
rumors.
saying things that are connected to other things, it's like I know what you're saying, even though you're not spelling it out. Like, I mean, I can read through the lines and see what kind of ideology you're trying to fucking push.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Freaking there. Well, I mean, there's. That's what's crazy. It's like because it's like they're using like this fanaticism uh to drown out all the real conspiracies that are provable.
Yeah,
Uh, and fucking so it's like it doesn't matter if it's kind of like how I'm always digging these 1800 books. It's like there's so many books on the occult and Masons and stuff, but not all of them are relative. Like most of them are just garbage, and that it's like and so in the future there's gonna be all these YouTube videos that keep in mind you can't find any old YouTube videos from the early 2000s that were all like 3 to 10 minutes long that were all these weird conspiracy videos, but like all the uh what's his name, David Wilcock type people, that those are gonna be branded in time as the sine qua non of the fucking conspiracy world, and that people will only look at those, and that all of our stuff will all be pushed under the rug for all eternity. Uh,
well, I've gone like deep into the Masonic shit, like not necessarily from the internet, but because I had like my brother-in-law is like a Freemason or whatever, and I mean, I was already kind of onto this conspiracy stuff before that, but went really deep on it. And like, as far as the YouTube shit goes, you try to find a video that's like Freemasons exposed. 9 times out of 10, they're just gonna recycle the same fucking information. They're gonna talk about Albert Pike and the three world wars, and they're gonna talk about
yeah, but
uh,
they don't really get into any details of it.
yeah, they don't get into any details, but I know all the details because I've like gone fucking deep into it. And it's like I kind of cringe when I see people trying to debate Masons and they're using like these kind of basic takes because like they all have like responses for all this.
Yeah, it's just like the Scientologists. They've all got trained responses, basically.
They got trained responses for all the like normal shit that people bring up, but like I've gone deeper than that, and you've gone deeper than that. I know you have.
Yeah.
And they don't have any response to that. Like you start bringing up like quotes from like some of these books, and like they have no, they're not
They
used to
just,
people bringing that shit up. But it's not like mainstream. It's like only on like blacklisted channels like this where they're talking about that shit.
yeah. Yeah. Yeah, like you notice this quote, fucking, it's talking about they would use the people with the magic words, the happiness of the people.
Well,
to, to,
yeah, and I mean they do believe that it's like a union or something. Like that they're advocating for their local community and their local lodge, and
well, that democracy is illuminism.
that's what it is. Yeah. So it's not even just like Freemasonry. It's like people. if like the Chamber of Commerce and like all these
Oh, well, that's why I was
whatever.
telling Harry earlier. I was like, all you gotta do is park by the Masonic Lodge on the first Wednesday of the month. Pretty sure it's Wednesday, but like, and then, but like, I think for some reason the initiation day is Thursday though. But the yeah, you park outside the Masonic Lodge. Watch who goes in. It'll be all the people that are part of the councils, part of the,
Yeah,
you know, it's they're running shit. It's like, you know, and then
that,
they're all
that
crazy.
that's how I
Like
got in
fucking,
trouble. That's how I got in trouble because I was like looking up local lodges and like looking at like 'cause some of the local lodges like they listed like their officers and shit on like a Facebook page or not a Facebook page but some kind of social media page where like findmylodge.com or some shit where they were like listing members and I
yeah.
would take screenshots of it and post it. It's like, oh yeah, these are the guys in your town that are
Well, they're all
fucking crazy.
crazy. When I dated that cougar chick, her mom was the head of the Eastern Star, in that
Mm,
fucking in the state, and that fucking that when I met her, she said, "Oh, is this the you're an ascended master?" And I was like, "Oh Jesus, this lady's fucking crazy. This fucking cougar is crazy. Like, what the fuck am I doing here?" You know what I mean? Like, I was like, these people are all fucking crazy. Like, fucking it was all really weird because it was like right after uh right after I declined my Masonic membership. I said that I believe in chaos and not God. To I lied to make, you know, so that they wouldn't admit me as a member. Right when I was going to be a member. Because the final test is they ask you if you believe in God. You know, this is I wasn't initiated. I was simply just gonna join because I was Scottish
yeah, they
Rite
do
and
like an
stuff.
interview, like an interview.
Well, I got I sent a I sent a I sent a thesis on star maps and shit, and to the House of the Temple, and then I said some of the famous people I'm related to, and like fucking was asking for free books, and they basically were just like they counter offered, and they were gonna give me a Masonic scholarship and a honorary
Yeah, yeah, I've heard you
membership.
tell the story.
Yeah, but so I declined the membership of the Blue Lodge. I told the Scottish Rite dude that came to my house. I said I was gonna join the Blue Lodge, and it's, you know, and then and because, well, you had to join it to join the other one, but like the and then when I went to the Blue Lodge, I then told them the chaos thing, and then they never got back with me, and then but like and then it
Well,
was weird. Well, and it was weird because then all of a sudden, like a few weeks after that, it was like a few weeks after that, I was, I mean, I don't know how many weeks it was, but it was like I was like breaking up with my ex basically, and the I think I might have been broken up. It was like right after I broke up, I'm pretty sure. But like, anyways, the cougar chick started commenting on my YouTube. I had no idea who this chick was, and some random cougar chick starts commenting on my YouTube, and then I realized that she's from the same state as me, and it was like, well, this is weird, you know. And then I met up with her because she was hot, but like, uh, but it was weird because it was like, then I found out that her mom was the head of the Eastern Star. It was like, what the fuck? And then her mom called me an ascended master. Like, what the fuck is going on? Like, did the Scottish Rite Masons tell that chick to go, you know, try to hit on me or something? Or I mean, this is
yeah,
all
yeah, yeah.
being really
I think that kind of shit
paranoid, but
does happen. I think that kind of shit does happen.
well, it was just weird. It was really weird. It's like
Uh,
this chick can't possibly like me. She's hot, you know.
I only had one. I only had one Freemason try to like recruit me because um it was like a dude that my mom knew or something, and I just overheard a call with she was calling him and said something. He said something about the Masons or something. I was like, oh yeah, like oh, I know about all about that shit.
Yeah.
And then he was like, wanted me to go meet him at a bar and talk to him. But then I like elaborated on like the kind of stuff I knew about, and
Yeah.
then he that guy acted like he was scared of me
Huh.
every time I seen him since. Like he just like didn't want to talk to me. Like, he's like, oh, like
Well, they're under oath. They can't.
you know. But like at the beginning of it, he was like all like gung ho, like he wanted me to join, and meet him up, like hang out at the bar with him. And then
Yeah.
whenever I kind of was talking about like the nitty gritty of it, like all the occult shit, then he's like, oh, like acting like he's scared of me. You don't want to talk to me no more. Like you just freak out.
Yeah. Well, they have like a meltdown think that they when they think that they're possibly part of something that's not for their own benefit. This does sound like that Pike quote from page 794 or something. I think it's 794. Pretty sure that's the page number. It says it says that the great work. You can find the quote by typing in Control F.
You talking about
Great Morals and
World of
Dogma.
Dogma? Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
he says the great work is not about the perfection of the soul, the perfection of the initiate of the self, and he says that is a ruse, or he says that's a deception, or no, he says they are deceived, and then he says the initiates know the true secret, and so he's admitting that the self perfection is not what the great work really is. This is all relevant because somebody that came on before that was a past member of something, and when I said that the great work was world socialism, they freaked out, and that they're
Well,
like,
that's
that's
what
not
I
what
think
that
it is.
is.
That's what I think it is because, like, they want to make it seem like
Well, they said it. That's
it's
what
like
it
a
is.
it's like a self perfection, but like
Yeah,
the
it's
real
like a
goal,
spell. It's like a witchcraft
the
spell.
real goal is like the mass like
Well, it's like you get the person to.
manipulation of mankind into like illuminism. Like
Yeah.
that's what it seems like to me
Well, it's like
from
you.
all my research.
It's like you get all these people in the same group, and they're all trying to perfect themselves, and they're all like adopting these new ideas that they superimpose over their own religion, and then and then they're under oath to vote for their own members. And so it's like this cell. It's like a cell network, and that they don't even have to do anything huge or drastic. Them just all voting certain ways. You know what I mean? Like that. What if they know that a member of their order is in running for office, and they all vote for him, and then it's just like the Scientologists, where L. Ron Hubbard's books were high on the numbers of bestseller lists and stuff, but like that's only because the Scientologist bought like 50 copies of his book per
Yeah,
person.
yeah. You can do that shit. Or like like some of these local elections where like people are running unopposed. You could just write in like get like 20 of your buddies to write somebody in, and they could probably maybe win. Like on a local election.
Well, I mean, that's if there was some kind of shenanigans. I mean, I don't know.
Well, like, cause like I mean, like you watch like the voting results, like I mean, like in small towns, like the school board or something, and you have somebody running unopposed for the school board, and maybe they'll get like 14 votes total, and they'll retain their position.
Yeah.
You could probably find like 15 people that would vote for like your buddy, Randy down the street instead or something.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's if you could. People are like, I don't know. People are. They're not the same as they used to be. You know what I mean? Like, you remember when the chirp phones were around? You chirp the phone. Nextels. I don't know if I
like
don't remember.
like old school cell phones you talking about?
Yeah, like if you chirp somebody back then, you would immediately get a chirp back and be like, I was always getting chirp. I'd be in the middle of the gas station or some shit, and so we'd chirp and be like, "Hey, you want to smoke a fat joint?" I'd be like, "Whoa," trying to hide trying to turn the sound off,
Yeah, but
But like these days, typically you text anybody, and that nobody responds. It's like, what the fuck's going
yeah,
on? Is everybody have
people.
brain fog or something?
Well, it's
Uh,
because like people have fatigue of being connected all the time. It's like they don't necessarily want to be connected all the time. It's like
well, it's
like
ridiculous. 'Cause,
like
there's people that
if
I've
somebody
known
can
for
hit
like,
you up like every fucking day, like you might get tired of talking. Like I feel like I'm uh
well, I
like
understand
I,
that, but like I'm
I
talking about
don't
like,
I don't I don't want to like take over your show because I've been on here like 3 times in the last week. It's
no,
probably
that's fine.
too much.
Well, like what I'm talking about though is like people that I've known for 30 years. It's like I've known people for fucking 30 years. Like some people, and it's like, and it's like, I don't know. It's fucked up. They're in like a weird, especially the uh, basically I'm talking about some friends that I know that were Catholic, and it's like they're totally fucking brainwashed, and like fucking it's just crazy. It's like this, I don't know, it's fucked up. Like one of my friends, like he divorced his wife. I knew him and his wife, and I'm like, uh, s- you know, s- but like it was just fucked up because it was like he's doing all this stupid shit. He was drinking a bunch and being mentally abusive to her and stuff, and it was like, man, that's fucked up. And like, but I was still friends with him afterwards. But he went crazy or something. Like he I don't know. It's been very dark. His ex-wife said that he was, at one time, thinking very bad thoughts, and it was like, what the fuck? What a fucking asshole! Why doesn't he tell me about it? Like, what a fucking idiot! Yeah, because it's like the only reason it pissed me off is it's like we all had a friend that you know committed suicide, and that uh and we all used to be real tight and shit, like fucking, you know, and that I don't know. It's like he couldn't reach out to somebody he'd known his whole life to at least hang out and smoke a joint, you know what I mean, and like discuss what the fuck's on his mind, you know what I mean? Uh,
Well, it's hard to get people together. I mean, um, I got close friends that I don't even have their fucking phone number, and I'll just run into them in public, and then like I have like a Facebook group chat. Like I used to have like a group chat where people were talking, and it's just devolved into like people posting like AI fucking images and bullshit. It's like nobody's talking about
yeah, they're
real
all
life
posting
shit.
memes and shit, or memes, or
Yeah,
just
like none, like
emojis.
there's no like actual conversation going on anymore. It's just like a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, like even 15 years ago, every Friday I would go to the bar just to have 2 beers, and like I couldn't get anybody to fucking bring up a conversation. What's going on, Donut? Happy morning. Or what? That's not how you say it, but dyslexic.
But like with the Freemasons shit, it's like so we have like the Grand Lodge of England, and then the Grand Lodge of France, and then there's like multiple Grand Lodges
yeah,
throughout America, and that's one of the ways that they will like try to like downplay any kind of fucked up shit they're involved with is by oh, it's decentralized. It's just decentralized. You know.
Yeah, yeah,
But
it's definitely centralized. They're just fucking dreaming. It's definitely a one unit. It's a compartmentalized system. 'Cause, I mean, they're so precise with their records and shit. Like I got an old Eastern Star book from like 1905, and like it's 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 the constitution of the Eastern Star, meaning that it's all their rules, and that their rules consist of all sorts of stuff. That's most of it's very simple, like don't break the law and stuff. But like
yeah.
one of the rules was don't marry a non-white person. That's what the rule says. I can bring it up too at
Well,
sometime.
doesn't like the Eastern Star, um, like it's like the female lodge or whatever, but
Yeah.
like they
Well, that,
still have to require at least one male chaperone, like from the actual lodge.
yeah. But I mean, think about it though. It's like they're saying that the Eastern Star ladies can't marry a non-white person. They're saying it. It's like right in the
Well,
book.
that's like that specific jurisdiction, but then there's also like black lodges, like black Eastern Star lodges, and
Well, I know that, but those technically aren't sanctioned by the Grand Lodge or whatever. But the
well, they are other than like what was it?
well,
Like South Carolina or something like recently had like a controversy. 'Cause I follow all the Masonic news. There was
well,
like some state. I don't know if it's South Carolina or some other state
it's like
where they were determining that the, they didn't recognize Prince Hall Masons as legitimate Masons, and
yeah. Well, here's the thing
it
is,
was like a big thing
well,
in
so
that particular state.
yeah, well, so Dan's came on the podcast, and he's a Blue Lodge Mason, and that before he was a Blue Lodge Mason, he was a clandestine lodge. Like he was a member of a Black Lodge, and that he said that the doctrine was not the same. It was a totally different doctrine. Some of the parts were the same, but the whole thing was not accurate. And so that's interesting because it's either proof that somehow the black people had maintained the original form of Freemasonry, and that the modern Freemasonry is just like what I have thought Illuminism, or it's proof the other, well, not the other, but well, I think it's what I'm saying,
Or is it
that
just
it's
proof that they have a bunch of different splinter doctrines that they're proliferating through
well, it's like the modern
spin-off
Mason.
groups and all kinds of shit? You know what I mean?
Yeah, but like the modern Blue Lodge Mason, they think that their ancient rites go back and is the oldest operative rites, and that all this stuff. But they don't understand. It's like these occultists who are high-ranking Masons specifically say that the Blue Lodge is part of theirs, and it is literally, in Albert Pike's words, the outer cortico.
Yeah.
Uh,
Well,
yeah,
they can't make both arguments at the same time. That's my big problem with it. It's like they want, like, if you call them
well,
out,
they
like
can't see the
if you,
Illuminism.
I'm talking to like my local Masons, because I know a bunch of them. I mean,
Yeah.
uh,
Well, there's the quote.
like my neighbors, I have family members. I got all kinds of people that I know that are involved in it, and like I bring it up, like some of these topics, and they'll be like, they'll tell me like, oh well, Albert Pike was just full of shit, and he doesn't speak for masonry, and church word has nothing to do with masonry,
Well,
and
I think church ward is
like
a good writer.
Albert Mackey doesn't know what he's talking about. Like those are higher degrees, and we don't talk about that stuff, and we're just, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, like it's like, so it's okay
Well, they're all
nobody.
fools.
Well, they're saying that it's a decentralized thing, and there's no like authoritative voice in masonry because it's just a bunch of people, free thinkers. So anybody can have their own theory, and uh, but like that's just not the case. I mean, clearly it's trying to mold you, like mold the rough ashlar into the perfect ashlar. I mean, you're being molded into some kind of worldview. I mean,
Yeah, it's well, it's definitely an occult. It's definitely a cult. Uh, yeah, what was I gonna say? Yeah, here's this. It got that right on the lodge, fucking apron. It's got the 7-pointed star, which is the symbol of Saint John of Revelations.
7-pointed star.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's got the I think it's 9-pointed star on the outside. One, two. Wait, no, I don't know how many of the outside gods. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12. Nah, I don't know. I'm pretty stoned. I can't tell if those are all points.
Yeah, it could be 11 or 12.
I think it's 9 on the outside, but then this inner one is 7, and then it goes to 5, and then 3.
And they got a pentagon in the middle with a triangle.
Yeah, well, they talk about the proportions. The word being the proportions of the original apron is the proportions of the word of the Bible. Uh, the let's see, yeah, this Duke of d'Orleans.
Well, it's like a reference to the Platonic solids is like the ultimate like original thought form, and it
Yeah,
becomes more complicated on the outer layers. Like it's like fractals.
yeah. Plato's Republic is definitely one of the first. What is this? Golden Dawn book. Oh, here's Chinese Freemasonry. uh, no, notice the colors on the bottom of the 90-degree angle, just like the UN and secular humanist color pattern.
Yeah, but like if I talk to my American Freemason friends, they will tell me, well, that doesn't count because it's a clandestine lodge, and like
They're in
you can
denial.
you can only judge us on like the local lodge, which is like supposed to be like a union for the local community, supposedly.
Well, I think I told you about that story about my Mormon friend who's a 32nd degree Mason. He calls me up one day. He's like, have I been a member of Satanism this whole time? I'm like, well, that's not exactly the case. I mean, it was okay. So because he's discussed this stuff. Because I told him before he ever joined, I was like, don't be joining that shit. Then he joined and made it all the way up the ladder and fucking. But like, he's like, oh, all the degrees are about Bible stuff, and like, I don't,
Well, that doesn't mean it's Christian.
Well,
I mean, they could be inverting the Bible. Like they
well,
don't they don't
well, well,
have that mental capacity to understand that.
I mean, I've discussed it with him, and for me, interrogating him basically, not really interrogating, but asking him questions that because he didn't lie to me or anything about what was going on, but like that because I've confronted him about the book quotes and stuff, and that basically it's like him who knows nothing about the conspiracy and me who knows everything about it. We've both, and I wasn't influencing to come to any conclusions. He came to it of his own free will, but we both have come to the conclusion that there's secret degrees in the Scottish Rite, which the main members are not aware of, and that because he thought there was weird stuff going on. I mean that's a complicated subject, but coming from him, he's totally brainwashed in Mormonism. He's like, "Oh, I'm going to see the prophet." I'm like, "Whoa, I don't know what that means." Like,
Well,
he's
Mormonism is so close to the Masonic shit that like they kind of go hand in hand on that.
yeah. I've been trying to figure out how to unbrainwash him because he quit smoking weed, and it's like, man, you should probably smoke weed again. No, uh, never to smoke a joint just because he can't. uh,
Oh, it's like my well, I know a lot of people who are local Masons and shit. I mean, I probably know all of them,
yeah,
and I don't have a personal problem with them. Like, I mean, I don't fuck with them, and they don't fuck with me. Like, it's not
yeah. Well, they don't
like.
understand what they're part of. They're not to blame.
Well, I mean, like they're probably pissed off at me because I'm very outspoken about this shit.
Well, it's like Cooper says it. He says it's like you got a garden and like you see a caterpillar. One caterpillar doesn't seem like anything, but you wake up the next morning and the whole garden's eaten by
Yeah.
all these caterpillars, and it's like that's why Cooper says he's like he's like there's no enemies, but at the same time it's like your mothers, your fathers, your brothers, your sisters, your friends who are members of these secret fraternal orders, which take fucking oaths that
But I do
well, hold
wonder.
on, their oaths supersede their oath to their country, and
Yeah.
that's where in my book, it's like if somebody was to take an oath to a secret society and hold that oath above their country, then that would be possible criminal treason. They could be indicted. Uh, they
Well,
should be. I mean, that's
I won't hesitate to point that out to them. But like, I mean,
well,
most
because
of these guys are like redneck people, and like,
well, that's where
I
Cooper.
don't think they're reading any of these goddamn books that I'm reading. I
Yeah,
don't like,
well,
they
they're
don't
not.
seem like reader type
They
people.
they go through the degree. See the members, these Scottish rites. They go through the degrees. You go through them so quick, you don't remember what it says, and that you've taken these degrees, and that I think it's the 31st degree. See, all the degrees, you take the same degree over and over and over again, the same oath, basically, and it's like every time you take it, you say that you will protect your fellow Masons of this degree, regardless of anything to do except for murder or treason. But then in the 31st degree oath, I believe it is, they say uh, that oath is extended where they say murder and treason included, so that they're
Yeah.
saying that they will protect their fellow members who are committing treason. Uh,
Yeah, but I'm talking about like I have close enough people like my brother-in-law.
yeah, well, I mean, I wouldn't even bother talking to
Oh,
New Age Masons unless you
I
care
pointed it
about
out
them or
to him.
something.
I pointed out to him. He's like saying like, well, like these higher degrees you're talking about, like he's like, because I mentioned like about like the Royal Arch with like the Jabulon shit, and he's like, well, there ain't
Yeah.
even a we don't even have a Royal Arch chapter anywhere nearby.
Well, he doesn't
And
understand the whole system. I mean, none of them
you
do.
know,
They're all brain dead. They don't read their own books. Just like the
well,
religious
that's what
people don't read their
that's
own
I
books.
asked him directly. I was like, how come you wouldn't want to read ahead and read like the higher up shit? And he's like, because it's not because he doesn't care about it. He just wants to meet up with his buddies and drink beer or whatever the fuck at his local Blue Lodge. You know, he doesn't even give a fuck about the higher echelon of it or anything.
Yeah. There's a UFO out of a Navy periscope. Yeah, they don't care. They don't understand. They're
But I just don't understand how you can be that willfully ignorant.
well, I mean that's well, I mean people are just not. I mean, I don't understand either, but I know it's happening. People are definitely
Like
willfully
so
ignorant.
they want to be willfully ignorant, but also at the same time pretend that they have like some kind of like grand gnosis that like the profane doesn't know. You know, it's like, well,
Yeah.
I'm profane and I know more about it than you do. So what the fuck kind of gnosis do you got? Like I
Well,
don't know.
Cooper said he asked some of the Masons. He said, what is this? What is this gnosis that was so prophetic or so immaculate? What is this thing that you were taught? This great secret?" And he said most of the Masons would say, "I don't know."
Yeah,
They don't know.
but they still want to act like they're like smarter than you. Like, oh, I've done more research than you. You haven't even taken part in the ritual. You haven't even circumnavigated the lodge and done all
Well,
this
they're
crap.
fools.
It's like I don't need to do that. Like, do I need to race in the Daytona 500 to know what a fucking race car driver does?
It's like
Like they,
they don't understand that
you
fucking.
know,
It's
stupid.
like if it's like what they're doing in those ceremonies is literally written about in ritual magic books. They're performing ritual magic.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's a real supernatural thing that's happening, but
No, it's not.
it's literally
It's
ritual magic. Uh,
well, ritual
it-
magic is a form of
well, I think
is a
it's
form of
hypnosis.
like
I think
hypnosis. Yeah,
yeah, it's
it's a form of
self-induced
hypnosis.
trance. Uh,
But it's not like they're like hacking the matrix and changing reality. They're just like changing their own like mental faculty by taking part in the ritual.
yeah, yeah. Well, I mean that's where that one this 132nd degree Mason came on twice, and he was talking, and I got him to talk about. I got him to admit that he was having some kind of sit back down. He's having some kind of a out of body experience, or he started talking about it, and then I was asking him, I'm like, when did this occur? And he said he was at the lodge, and that he was doing the ceremony, and then he said that he had the out of body experience doing it, and then he said that after that he said that he had dreams that he was at the lodge where he was performing the ceremonies in his dreams at the Great White Lodge, quote unquote. And and it's like it becomes a weird thing because it's like it's spooky. They claim that they're going out of body and uh going to this place, and awake.
Celestial Lodge.
Yeah, and then they're performing these rituals, these ceremonial magical rituals in hyperspace, essentially the spirit world, whatever. you know, it's like, I mean, it's pretty wild. I mean, the conspiracy, when you boil it down, the conspiracy is fucking wild. I mean, that's
Yeah. What's his name? C.W. Ledbetter wrote a book called "The Invisible Helpers,"
yeah.
and he's like, if you read that one, I don't know if you've read that one. You probably have, right?
I've definitely skimmed through it. I don't know if I've read it.
But he goes like real deep into like talking about like how he's like doing astral travel and like meeting with the like the what do they call them, the ascended masters, and like
Yeah.
and all this crap.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
always talking about that shit. I mean, but it's interesting because it's it. I found there's quite a few of them. There's also quite a few that don't talk about it, and that's
But
why I think
like
there's hidden degrees. That some of them,
from what I understood is like they believe that it's like they're all taking part in a standardized ritual which they claim dates back to ancient times.
yeah,
And then so like by taking part in that ancient ritual, they are partaking with like their past lives or whatever, and then they're accessing the akashic records or some shit like astral traveling and reconnecting with the thousands of years of ancient mystery school teachings. They're all doing the same ritual and they're all coming to the same place spiritually, and
they think they're going back to the source, quote unquote, melding back with God or something. But it's
yeah.
like it's like why would God be located at some star? You know what I mean? Like,
And why would God want to make like a secret cult that like you have to join some weird thing in order to learn the real secrets? I mean, if you read the Bible, it's like Jesus says that nothing he taught was in secret or whatever. There's a verse like that.
yeah. Well, that's
And
why.
they'll
Well, that
ignore
that's
that
why.
verse. They'll
Well,
ignore that
well,
verse.
that's why the metaphors and stuff that Jesus talks about is so important because it's like he's not saying in secret, but nobody knows what he's saying exactly in certain parts when he's not directly speaking about something.
Well, it's a
It's interesting.
metaphor. It's a metaphor. If you don't understand a metaphor, then that's you don't understand the metaphor. But that doesn't mean like oh, we need to form like a hierarchical secret society and like make up like fake like
Yeah,
interpretations of and like talk about numbers and all the shit and
yeah. Well, it's like well,
Right.
it's like the Masons don't understand. It's like they're they're it's like with the old lodges, the workers were only allowed to be second degree Masons. Even Plato is said to only be a second degree Mason, and that the they had the whole doctrine, but they didn't know they had it, and that that's how they can continue the doctrine forever because it doesn't matter if the highest elders are are all gone. That if the story is still there, then the story can be reignited. Metaphorically, it's like they're it's like in a way they're it's fucked up because nobody knows where the mysteries came from. You know, in certain aspects, it's like they don't know what they mean. They don't know, and that but the modern form of masonry dismisses all of the old masonry. This is why I cling to old masonry so much because they're dismissing it because they don't understand it. They can't see it, and
Well, I
like
think
what I'm saying is that you can see that modern masonry isn't the old masonry, and that modern masonry is purely illuminism, 100%.
I don't really see the delineation with it because like I think like the best summary of like their belief system would be that first episode of Mystery Babylon where Bill Cooper and he repeated it
Talking
in
about
other presentations he did
the fire and the secret.
where he's talking about like yeah it's like primitive man and like we have like Cain and Abel and Cain was the one that was like created or he didn't create it but he discovered fire, it's like the two different schools of man of like like technological progress versus kind of living with nature. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then the whole idea of like Lucifer as being the engine of progress. So like all the like the Masonic passwords and shit, it's like Tubal Cain. Tubal Cain was like from the line of Cain.
Yeah.
And it's like Tubal Cain formed the first cities, you know, and like the first governments.
Yeah.
And you
I
can
mean, that's
kind
what
of
they
look at it
say,
from
but
like a metaphorical thing like that, where it's like God's people are the people who just want to live their life peacefully, and
well, it's Cooper.
and
Cooper says,
it's like
oh,
the
oh,
Masonic, like,
let me
because they also
refresh.
bring in like
Well,
the
there's a part you're
Tower
missing.
of Babel, the Tower of Babel, like they want to create like the one world
Yeah.
government with the Tower of
Well,
Babel, and
well, back to the Cain and Abel thing. It's like Abel was he had goats and shit, and that he didn't really he had like a life of luxury where he was walking around hanging out with goats and fucking getting to eat goats and shit and fucking just eating off the fruit of the land, the goats. But then like Cain was uh trying to make two blades of grass where there was one, and that he was believed in works, quote unquote, works. And so like this is how you know that like all the religions have been compromised by the secret societies, because they've turned the religion into works, like fucking like how they have to eat the Eucharist and drink the wine, that it's that type of thing is a work, because it's like when they're talking about breaking bread in the Bible and stuff, they're talking about eating food, and like they did it every day according to what Cooper believed, but like uh
well, I mean, I eat food every day,
yeah, but like the people don't
unless I
understand, it's
run
like
out of money.
the ceremonies and certain dogmas that are in modern times on religions and secret societies are these works that was part of the religion of the Brotherhood
What
of
about
Cain, basically.
baptism?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I think it was. I think that the power of like the belief of spirit and water, and that the cleansing of someone. I think it's like you know. I think it's interesting. I mean, I guess I've been baptized, but it
Well, I
was when
mean,
I was like
I
like
was
2 or
raised
something.
Protestant, and it's like Catholics, they will like sprinkle holy water over babies and say they're baptized. You know what I mean? It's like that doesn't make sense to me. It's like it should be like a voluntary thing, you know. But then there's also like other weird rituals, the circumcision.
Well, it's like in ancient times, the water was at the temple doors because they considered it to thirst the fire spirits, or to quench the thirst of the fire spirits.
Well, I just thought it's like a cleansing ritual. Like it's like take a bath because you're dirty and you're sinful. Like take a bath. Yeah.
Well, I mean, George Maxwell thought that they were the original baptism was with a hallucinogenic oil, which it could have been.
I don't think it needs to be that. I think it's just a symbolic thing. It's like if you go like 6 months without taking a shower, you're gonna be dirty as fuck, and you're gonna take a bath, and you're gonna feel a lot better. You're gonna feel renewed.
Oh yeah,
You know, it's like literally. I think it's that simple. Of it's just a cleansing ritual. Like, okay, I'm dirty. I'm gonna take a bath. It doesn't have to be like, oh, I'm tripping and I'm having some grand experience.
oh yeah. They had to convince the profane to fucking wash themselves.
Yeah, yeah, but it doesn't. I mean, it still has symbolic value, though. Like, I mean, like you're literally cleansing yourself of like dirt on your body. It's symbolic of cleansing yourself of your sinful nature. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to be some kind of grandiose, like, oh, we're cleansing ourselves in psychedelic oil and having a trip and seeing some wild shit. You know, it doesn't have, you could still have a revelation from something simple.
Oops.
I don't
Yeah,
know if that
well,
makes sense.
it's definitely good to stay clean. Fucking
But back in the day, like it's not like we had like indoor plumbing, you know.
yeah. Damn, I got too many notes and shit.
Well, that was the.
I gotta take a leak. Uh, you ever put a
Oh, wait,
video
wait,
on
wait,
or something real
go
quick?
back, go back. Was that the Obama with the Masonic ring?
Oh yeah, yeah. Newsweek magazine, 2008,
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
think.
People don't believe me on that. I try to show that to people, and they
No,
don't.
I seen the issue in real life. It was definitely real. I was like, I knew it. Fucking because some chick with very large breasts convinced me to vote, and it was like, and she convinced me to vote for Obama, and I was like, oh, I was fucking retarded. That was like the only time I've ever voted. And then I found out he's a Mason. I'm like, oh shit, fucking welcome to socialism. Uh,
Yeah, it's weird. Like, I mean, I'm not a big Trump fan, but like the amount of people like shit talking Trump, and then like I'll agree with them on the shit they're saying about Trump, and then it's like I bring up Obama, and they're like, "Well, he was okay though." It's like, no, he was just as fucking
yeah,
bad.
it's like South Park. How South Park fucking they 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 rip on everybody, but they go all during Obama's term. They went all like, oh, there was an episode where they're all on a secret mission or some shit. I don't know if you watch South Park, but
I watched it up to a certain point, but it's been going on for like 30 years now. I haven't seen every fucking episode on that.
yeah. Well, there was an episode where Obama and all these actors or some shit were on some secret agent type Mission Impossible type shit. Uh,
Yeah, that's the picture. It was like they're seeing the monolith, right? But it's symbolic.
oh yeah, the consciousness evolution. Arthur C. Clarke.
Yeah. So like, I mean, even if you like looking at it from an evolutionary standpoint, the way Bill Cooper lays it out is like
Uh,
there was like a
keep
priest
talking. I gotta
class.
take a leak real quick. Sorry. Keep
Okay.
talking.
There's like a priest class of apes that like had like the knowledge above the other apes, and then they, like create. They were trying to create these oppressive systems of government because we're more intelligent than the other apes, and then like you take it back to the biblical narrative where there was like two different lines of like Cain and Seth, and then like all the just coincidentally all the Masonic passwords and shit all have to do with the Cain line, where they're talking about like Tubal Cain was like the artificer of brass or whatever, and all this shit, and it's like it's creating a narrative of like Oh well, we were the builders, the Freemasons. We were the builders from the beginning, and we built society. And if you like the way society is, you should, like, like the Freemasons created electricity, and they created TVs and computers and all the technology. All the technology was created by us.
Well, that's what are you talking about? The damn it, I'm pretty stoned.
Well, that's like the kind of narrative they go with. It's like all the
Oh,
progress
okay.
in society was from the ancient priest class,
Well, that's definitely not true. I mean,
and
I'm sure there's lots
like
of
all the
innovations.
peons, never created anything. And Mozart was a Freemason. All the music you listen to is
Oh
you
yeah,
wouldn't have music without Freemason. Everything in our society is created by Freemasonry. It's like
well, that's where it's bullshit. It's the well, it's like okay, so I'm related to Captain John Smith. He was a slave, and well, I mean that's relevant. He was a slave in Asia for a minute, but he killed his slave master. He escaped. He got back to England. He was awarded some kind of medal or something, and he was trying to be upper class. He wanted to be upper class, and fucking but he could never get there, no matter what he did. And he wanted to be upper class so bad he volunteered to go to Jamestown, and then when he got there, it was some kind of communist thing. Nobody was making it. Nobody was gardening, and he told them all, "If you don't work, you don't eat." And then saved him or whatever. But then he went back to England, and he's trying to be upper class again, and he could never figure out why. And it's because he wasn't a Mason.
this is the same John Smith that was in the
Yeah,
the Pocahontas movie or whatever.
yeah, I'm related to him. Uh, damn it, really kind of loose.
Yeah, but that's the way they want to spin it. Is like, well, Freemasonry is progress. Like we're the Enlightenment.
Yeah, they're full of shit
Like if it
because
wasn't for Masonry, we'd still be living under kings, and like
well,
they.
that's where I know what you're saying, but it's like they don't understand that masonry was hijacked by illuminism, and that illuminism is anti-science. Illuminism guillotined the guy that made the periodic table, the first 8 elements, and they were anti-science. The NASA Webster documents they were anti-science. It's like I don't know. It's like
But
they want.
even like science goes like too far at a certain point where now they're like trying to like figure out how to biohack the brain, and like all this AI shit, and like mass surveillance, and it's like
Well, I think they're
we don't need that kind of science. I mean, that's kind of like inhibiting our human potential.
yeah. I mean, there's definitely fucked up shit going on, but there's also There's what is it? What's the thing that JJ says? There's the known knowns, the known unknowns, and then the unknown unknowns. He's quoting some general or some shit, but like, there really is unknown unknowns, and that the well, I mean, I got a story for you. Uh, okay, so I know a lot of people in the military that I went to high school with and stuff. Some of them made it to the big time, and fucking the uh so one of them messages me and he's like, when that Florida thing happened, that Florida thing where they claimed there was an alien in the mall or some shit.
I've seen it, but I didn't. I figured it was probably some fake shit.
Yeah. Well, so he knows that I don't believe in chemtrails, and that he knows that I'm not some kind of believer of certain stuff, but like So he messaged me, sends me that. He's like, "What do you think of this?" And I'm like, "Well, what do you mean?" And then he really wouldn't get to what he was trying to get to, and I'm like, "Well, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, why do you want me to look at this fucking mall video of this fucking supposed alien?" And then he never really answered, and then we ended up talking about, I don't remember what we were talking about. It was just stupid shit, but like, uh, but then he tells me, he says, this is like months later. He says this all happened years ago, but like he says, he says, I asked him about TikTok or something, or I was like, you think it's all Chinese fucking communist propaganders, you know? And that he says that he told me that no one can have TikTok on their phone on the base because they would be I forget, court-martialed or something. But like,
Yeah.
but so, and he says no TikTok, you know, he's talking about, and so, and then the way he talked about it, he's like, it was like real clear that it was like a regulation. And then so years go by, and I find this document that says it's a freedom of information request, which is showing the person who sent the freedom of information request sent a redacted document about alien stuff, such as Project Snowbird and a few other projects, and that it looked like it was an official document, and that he was asking if they could verify it for him as being an official document, and that the verification was 90% sure that it was an official document, and that so I sent him the PDF, and I asked him to look at it for me, and I asked him to tell me what he thought after he read it, and he messaged back and he said, I can't discuss this, and he said it's against the rules, and that the just like the TikTok. But so it's like, so why did he send me that alien video of the Florida thing if he's not allowed to talk about aliens? Because he was very clear about it. He's like, I can't discuss this, like flat out. And it was it. I used to drink booze with him and smoke weed with him all the time. I know what he's thinking. I know how he's talking. What he's talking is very strange because it's like, because the way he said it when he sent the video of the Florida thing, he's like, "What do you think about this?" And I'm like, "Well, what do you mean? Like, why do you want me to see this? Like, what are you trying to tell me? Like, what?" It was really weird. It was like he couldn't say what he thought about the Florida video. He wanted to see what I thought, and that he believed it was real, and that the
Did he believe it? Or did he tell you he believed it was real?
yeah, he's like, look at all these police in Florida all going to the spot. What do you think happened? And I'm like, I don't know. I don't fucking deal in that kind of conspiracy, you know? I'm like, I don't believe in
Yeah.
chemtrails, you know? And then he's like, it was just a weird, it was a weird chain of events kind of thing. Where it's like, why is he asking me about aliens at one point, but then he says flat out when I show him a document, he says he cannot talk about the document, period. And it was like, it just was. I've still been thinking about that because I've known him forever. You know, he went to my high school and stuff.
I don't know. I
One of
had a response.
my
I had a
friends.
response
Well,
to something early on in that, but I forgot it by the time
well,
you
one of my
finished.
friends, he came over to smoke, and fucking we're smoking joints, and his stepdad used to be some big military dude, like real high up in the military, and that fucking his stepdad's some kind of badass. I've smoked weed with him before. You can tell he's some kind of badass. But like, uh, he said that he overheard high-ranking generals talking about grays as in aliens, and that he's a very serious person. You know, Like it's very
Well, you're the
bizarre.
one. You're the one that said the other night when I was on here. You were saying that grays is like
Well, they
uh,
were.
it
He
could be
said
a
they were.
term for like intelligence agents and shit.
Yeah,
You know.
but well, they weren't just talking about the Greys. They were talking about multiple species. But like the there's some weird going on. I've seen the videos where World War II veterans are on their deathbed and they say they've seen aliens and stuff.
Yeah, but like the military has like compartmentalized brains the same way as like secret society members,
Yeah,
where they don't want they don't want like certain information leaking, so they'll like give you false information at certain clearances
well, that's the
in order,
rhetoric.
you know. I mean,
Well, it becomes
like
weird though after seeing the UFOs.
Cooper talked about that, where like they were giving him false information, and
But he also
uh,
says he doesn't really know. Uh, that it's different when it's like
but why
because
wouldn't they do that? I mean, it makes sense that they would do that.
well, I'm just saying it's weird. I'm not saying I believe it, but it's because it's strange because I know these people personally. And like they wouldn't lie. They wouldn't make some. They're not like.
Well, they wouldn't lie willingly, but they might be
Well,
duped
no, I
and
understand
think
that,
they're
but
telling the truth.
well, I would totally believe that 100% if I didn't see the UFOs because I can't explain what I've seen. I mean, I've told the stories before, but and some of my friends seen some UFOs too, and they were making their iPods all go to the same song, uh, which was pretty weird. But like, I don't know. And then they all got kooky. They all got real kooky afterwards, and fucking
Yeah, I mean, it just makes a lot more sense to me, like about where we have these elite texts where they're talking about
well, I know all that. I know where you're coming from.
UFOs and all this shit, and
Yeah,
um, like the original like Project Bluebeam thing was like to fake second coming of Jesus over Cuba or
you're
something.
talking about the what was that called? The report from Iron Mountain.
I'm not talking
Uh,
about Report from Iron Mountain. I don't know. Like it's like a legitimate
yeah, why not?
CIA
I know about that stuff,
document
but like it's still
where
it's
they were trying to pull some shit like that, and it's like if they were doing that then, and then um, Ronald Reagan was talking about like the only way to unite the world is if we had an external threat, like talking about
yeah.
aliens and
Well, I understand all that. I've went over all those points before and stuff. Just like on a personal level, it's because I usually don't talk about what I think. You know what I mean? Like personally, uh, it's a weird thing. It's uh, I don't know. I mean, I guess I already made my point. The I'm just smoking another
I
joint.
mean, I've seen some weird shit in the sky, but I'm not gonna
Well, it's like this dude. I posted. What's his? Somebody made a post talking about something. I think it was Tom Green. He's on Twitter. A post on Twitter, and like I mentioned some UFO sightings that I've seen, and then somebody replied on it and was like, with all these videos, and they were like, "Was it like this?" And I was like, "No, it wasn't like that." And then they replied with more videos and more pictures, and they were like, "It was like this, wasn't it?" Or something. They were like, "This is what I seen." And it's like, "Well, it wasn't like that, and I don't think that's a UFO." And then they got very upset, and they were like, "What do you mean it's not a UFO?" And I'm like, "I don't think that's a UFO. That's not what I seen." And they were just,
yeah.
it wasn't moving anything like any of
Well,
the fucking
there's
UFOs that I
books.
seen.
There's books. I mentioned one the other night, but I can't remember what the fuck it was called.
Well, it's like the UFOs are weird because it's like they can somehow they know that you can see them. Uh, just imagine what that would you would need some kind of device that was constantly doing that electron test to know that you were being viewed. I mean, I'm surprised they haven't made that into some kind of
Well,
military
how
technology.
do you believe like the whole electron test narrative? I mean, I mean, I think a lot of it
Well,
is like
it goes
if
along
you're
scientifically with what the occultists are doing. They're self-inducing trances to take away their own
yeah
perspective, so then the
yeah
molecules.
you're connecting to source, you're connecting to the
Well,
ether.
no, don't think about it like that. Think about it like the scientific perspective. If you were to take away your own viewpoint, that somehow reality doesn't seem to operate the same if it doesn't know that you're in the room, like even on a physics level, uh, and so they're purposely making it so they're going into these states, and that they're traveling places, because that's what you know how they say the fellow traveler thing.
Yeah, I'm a traveler.
Well, you know what it
Traveler.
really means. It means that they're having an out of body experience, traveling to
Yeah,
another lodge.
astral traveling. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
But
that's not old masonry. That's all new hypnotism,
what I'm talking
mesmerism.
about, it's
It's
like okay,
witchcraft.
so they're connecting with the pineal power, like the pineal power podcast.
Well, it's like
Uh, they're connecting with their pineal gland into the ether and into the flat Earth realm or whatever. It's kind of like,
well, I think they're all
like.
crazy. I mean,
Well, they don't. I mean, I don't believe in
those
the
ones.
literal flat Earth. It's not a literal flat Earth, but like if you're willing to let your mind um astral travel, you could like convince yourself that you're in a flat plane, and then you start drinking your own piss, and then you end up believing in Christ consciousness, and then you end up killing yourself like David Wilcock. You know, I mean, it's like a mental plane that they're getting involved with by
Well, yeah.
activating their pineal gland through like
According,
occult ritual and shit. You know, that's what they're astral traveling to the piss dimension, and
well,
you know, or
it's
whatever
like to them that it's like they're
the fuck.
practicing witchcraft. They don't even know it.
You know,
The old Masonic stuff is the old Masonic stuff is all about the Bible, and that the Bible prohibits witchcraft.
it's
And that
all about the Bible, but they want to ignore the part in the Bible where it talks against witchcraft. I mean, even the beginning of Masonry, it's always been like trying to find a hidden gnosis involved with it. If you read, I mean, I know you've read it, the fucking Albert Mackey or whatever, where he's talking about how it's
I gotta
like
stand up
the whole like
backwards.
Kabbalah system was like based on Persian Zoroastrianism, and it's like a sun religion, sun worship
Yeah,
religion. And then like I think it's in Albert Mackey where he's saying that the three Jews, the Jubilah, Jubilo, and Jubilam,
yeah.
represent
Well,
the
they're the
Israelites.
Juwes, not to be confused with Hebrews.
Yeah,
Go
yeah,
on.
but they represent like the ancient Hebrews that like
The ruffians.
well the three ruffians, the three Jews or whatever, the Jubilah, Jubilo, and Jubilam represent the Hebrews that disprove the sun worship religion in the Old Testament story, where they're like proving monotheism. It's like a polemic
That's a
against
well. There's multiple.
the pagan sun worship religion for the monotheistic religion. And so like the three ruffians represent like Judaism.
I've never had that theory. The other theories though are the uh the Templar theory
Or
where
ancient Judaism, I mean, you know, Hebrewism.
well the older rites of the harem seem to be about Jesus, but the one of the Templar theories is that the three ruffians were the King of France, the Crown of France, the Rome, and then the mob of people, and that it's like Cooper says. He says that the French Revolution was the revenge of the Templars, and that but it did seem to be illuminized. But it's the one writer, Scarlet and the Beast. He says that the second half of the French Revolution, the Templars were actually stopping the Illuminists. But so the uh, then the other ruffians, the Rome, the second ruffian, and then the third was the mob, which would later be enslaved by the world socialist government that they would create, according to Cooper.
Well, you don't think this shit's like older than what they tell you it is? I mean, like Freemasonry, like because I use the term Freemasonry to mean like the whole like occult system in general.
Well, it's like the Illuminists; they'll
But
put
like,
new things on old. It's like that doctrine that I just told you. It's like I'm not saying that's ancient doctrine. I'm saying that that's a
well,
doctrine that they
that's
would
the way it was
use to.
interpreted in the 1600s or whatever.
Well, no, I don't even know if it goes that far back because the stuff that I find that's older is all about Jesus. But like the it's like the Illuminists take an existing doctrine and then they alter it into a way that's uh into a way that's channeling it channels the person's human nature, and so they put it in the minds of the people, the initiates, that there must be some kind of revenge, and that I
Yeah,
don't
but
know,
I
it's
mean,
fucked up.
I do believe I'll have to find like
Oh,
next time I come on here, I'll find a fucking citation, but like it's in like Albert Mackey
well, it's like, well,
encyclopedia
Sabrina
where
was
he's
asking a
talking
question.
about.
Oh, sorry, go on.
Well, it's in Albert Mackey's encyclopedia where it's like the whole revenge against the three ruffians. They are the Jews that they are enacting revenge against because they killed the sun worshiping religion.
Hmm.
It's like so Hiram Abiff is like represents the sun god.
Sun. Yeah, you're talking about the solar version of it.
Yeah. So Hiram Abiff is like the sun god, and then like they enact revenge against the three ruffians, which represent the ancient Hebrews that were
Yeah,
they believed in like the Old Testament God.
that
So like
that makes sense.
it's
The
like even in
Illuminists.
modern Freemasonry, they are against monotheism because they believe in pantheism or like the solar, like astrotheology type of
Well,
shit.
I mean, that's what the outer core definitely believes. Well, I mean, it depends on the Mason stuff, but like, what was? There's. Oh yeah, the other ruffian things are. What was it? In the Solomon story, where it's like it was all just allegorical. I forget what it meant exactly, but it was about the word of God, and it seemed like it was like an allegory of some kind of precursor of Jesus or something. But like, well, I'm not going to get into that. But yeah, the modern Illuminists, they definitely contort the doctrine of any religion or lodge or anything. That's why that Hongman Society of China. It's like they took an ancient Chinese deity or something, and that they claim basically they got their own Chinese Hiram Biff story, but it's like the story didn't exist, and it's like that's why the the old the ancient Gnosticism, it exists in a way, But the modern Gnosticisms, their whole thing is non-existent, and like so their hieroglyph story, and that
Well, I don't think it changes that much. I think
well, I mean, it's like
there's a pretty clear through line through it, and
well,
you
no, I've
know,
seen
like like they'll
well,
change details around, but it's still like the same core doctrine that they're teaching. You know.
I mean, like I've seen many different versions of like Church Ward's opinion versus Mackey's versus Heckathorn's versus Higgins. They vary. The because I've trying to nail down the Osiric cycle myth for quite some time, and that can't seem to nail it down all the way because it's like even with the old Egyptian myth, it's like it varies so much. And it's like, well, which one's the real one? And then so that's the whole thing about these stories where sometimes they have like checkpoints in the story where it's like the story has a certain symbol which verifies the rest of the story in a way to where you can tell which story is the real story. Uh, but, all right. Yeah, Sabrina was asking why the David Wilcox of the world delete themselves from the Christ consciousness. It's like the old Masons would talk about insanity, and that they would talk about it. The pre-Illuminati Masons would say that someone that's believing in some kind of insanity, they would call them Satanists. That they were using it as a loose term, not in some kind of allegorical sense or anything, but like in the it's like the Christ consciousness. This whole thing, it's like a made up psychological thing that's like a sales pitch hustle from India that, that they're like feeding to these people, and that this misconception, deception, religion is like it
Well,
drives them insane. And
well,
that
just from a symbolic. I mean, like you're trying to defend like early masonry wasn't as bad. I mean, like if you read fucking like John Robison, it's
well,
written that way. It's John Robison's written that way where it's like, oh, masonry was good fraternity and nothing wrong with it until the Illuminists came in. But I'm not so
well, I would argue that
like
the
just because he said that doesn't mean that um
well,
he's right
I would
about it. I mean, because
well,
like
yeah, but
the
I'm talking
core
about like
symbolism,
I'm
the
talking
core
about pre.
symbolism itself is like
Well, I'm talking
kind
about
of
pre.
inherently gnostic. Like even from the beginning
Yeah,
of
but
it.
you gotta understand there's two types of Gnosticism. There's the modern Gnosticism, which is Illuminism, and that there's an ancient Gnosticism, which has no one gnosis, and that the it's like the lodges around 1500 they started catering to the rich because the princes and kings and stuff started being initiates, and that it was never really meant to be like that, and that especially when it got to France, it was like they divided the degrees into like a million degrees simply so they could get more money out of each initiate. And
Yeah,
then,
but like just the whole like wearing aprons, like that's like totally reference to Genesis with they eat the forbidden fruit and then they put the aprons on to hide their sin from God or whatever, you know? I mean like and then like the apron is also like hiding your holy of holies, which is like your
well,
penis.
that's yeah, but that's the rhetoric they made up. Because the original rhetoric of the story is a fig leaf, isn't it?
Well,
Not an
yeah, they
apron.
made it up. They made it up, but like still like that's like the core of the philosophy is like they revere the serpent and giving them knowledge like Prometheus, you know, and they put the apron on to hide their sin, and then like they were the artificers like Tubal Cain and like built society because they were the elite priest class. I mean, it goes back even like
Well, yeah,
before like modern masonry. It was like
well,
1300s.
that's where I can explain is that is that the right name? That's not the right one. That it's like they documented it in the Bible where where's the right screen at? They documented it. They said that this is where masonry went profane. It's well, I mean, in the oldest sense, is that that Nimrod was the first Gentile king, and that according to the one writer, that the word Judah versus Gentile, that it didn't mean what it meant in the modern form, and it meant uh, Judah meant enlightened and Gentile meant profane, and that Nimrod was the first profane king or god, and that because Nimrod was God, and that it wasn't a king, and that but the king was deifying himself as Nimrod, and that uh, well, this image has nothing to do with.
Well, they mention Nimrod in like a bunch of Masonic texts, like like
Well, it's like
Nimrod was
Nimrod
the
was like,
first Mason or whatever, because he
yeah, that's why I'm
created
getting to that.
the government and he created.
Well, they claim. Well, no, that they don't say he was the first Mason. They say he built the first lodge, the first temple. But then if you go there, they say that or that Nimrod built the temple of Nineveh, which is the temple of Saturn. But temple itself means Saturn. I mean, tempest is time. But like it's like uh, it's like the Bible is relevant because it's like they're saying that the old Bible writers seem to be proficient in the ancient, because it's like the Bible writers were Masons, but they were different type. They weren't like there's many. It's like Freemasonry is not like, it's hard to explain. It's like not. It's the art of symbolism. It's the art of surrealism. It's understanding symbology, and that the
Well, I understand all that. I understand all that. And
well, hold on though.
I don't think
Sometimes
it's
hold
like
on, wait.
forbidden gnosis
No, no,
to
no, no. I'm not talking
understand
about that.
symbolism
Hold
or
on.
anything like that.
Let me continue. Some of the symbols aren't literal symbols. That they're I'm just leaving on a random
Well,
picture.
of course, they're not literal.
And so, well, it's like the Bible writers were. It's relative with the Bible writers because it's like they were proficient in the mysteries of the stars and certain other mysteries, and that they were they they were warning against uh, this thing they're talking about with Nimrod, and that they're saying he was the first profane god because king was MLK, which is Moloch, which I think it's a mistranslation. Nimrod was Moloch, or any of the old. Well, I guess it depends on the words that it's used with, but like, uh, I mean, I think the word Moloch over time got misunderstood because I think it originally just meant king or god, but like then it became attached to only the statue that was, the dark side of. But like it's like them saying that Nimrod was profane, that it's on par with them talking about the dog star cults of Astaroth, and how that they were profane. And this is where you can tell the Bible is uh, taken partially by the Babylonian occultists, because what is it? There's something that, what's his name, Headless Giant, always brings up these arguments which are relative, but he doesn't understand that uh, it's evidence of doctoring the Bible, and that it's like, because it's like they're warning against these Temple of Astaroth initiates who are castrating themselves, and that I think it's Matthew 18, verse 18, where they're talking about castration, and it's like they're talking about castration to God, but it's like they're not talking about the castration of the same God that Jesus was talking about. That like, and it's just fucked up. I'm pretty sure it's Matthew 18. Hold on, let me.
I'm looking it up.
Yeah, it's like a castration verse. It mentions castration like 3 times.
At
Uh,
that, at that time, the disciples came to Jesus and asked, "Who then is the greatest in the kingdom of heaven?" He called a little child to him and placed the child among them. And he said, "Truly I tell you, unless you change and become like little children, you will never enter the kingdom of heaven.
no, that's
Therefore, whoever takes the lowly position of this child is the greatest in the kingdom of heaven, and whoever welcomes one such child in my name welcomes me."
here it is. It's Matthew 19:12. It says, here's the King James. For there are some eunuchs who were so born from their mother's womb, and there are some eunuchs who were made eunuchs by men, and there are eunuchs who have made themselves eunuchs for the kingdom of heaven's sake. He that is able to receive it, let him receive it. So that's the verse I'm talking about. That's
Yeah,
an
but
that's an Astarte cult. That's an Astarte cult
what's
practice.
the
Not
context of that? That's what I'm saying. We got to read the chapter before it.
well, I guess. I mean, we have to
Um,
look it up in the Greek also,
but like, okay, you're saying it's in
but
Matthew 19
yeah, 1912. Uh,
because I
because
think a lot of this like Masonic perversion of
well, you don't understand though. My point.
shit,
It's like,
it comes from like people taking Bible verses out of context and
well, I understand that, but it's like this headless giant dude is some kind of Greek pagan type person, and that he's always arguing with religious people, and that it's like he doesn't understand the full story about this. People saying that the Bible was doctored by this Astarte cult, and that this verse about eunuchs is definitely relative to uh, the Bible writer's warning of the Astarte cult. Because I mean, the Astarte cult starts off with Nimrod. I mean, it's mentioned in Revelations uh, chapter 22. They they refer to the Astarte cult, verse 15.
okay, yeah.
For without our dogs, when you look up the word dogs,
I'm
it's a
looking at
refer-
it right now. I'm looking at it right now. I remember I had like a friend who's like he was like raised Catholic, and then he went like hardcore atheist and was like bitching at people in public about it. Like some old lady said "God bless you" when he sneezed at a McDonald's, and he started screaming at her and saying like there is no God. You know, I mean, this guy's like
well, I'm
crazy.
not like that or anything. I mean,
I mean, this guy was like that, but like he like argued with his dad and was like telling him like his dad like got like a vasectomy, and he's like, "Oh well, it says in the Bible that all man cannot receive the same because there's eunuchs, and you know, so if you're a eunuch, you got your tubes tied. That means you're going to hell. You know, it's like that's like a fucked up interpretation of that verse, you know, and he's trying to use it for his own gain."
yeah. Well, I'm not trying to distort anything. What I'm saying is that.
I'm not saying you are. I'm just that just reminded me that what my friend was saying.
Oh, okay. What I'm saying is that it's like there's two Bibles. One that was the original Bible, which wasn't altered, and then the second one was one that was had doctrine of the Astarte cults inserted into it. Uh, okay, so let's look at that last word.
Sabrina is saying that the Bible is a liturgical book and never meant to be distributed. I mean,
Yeah,
I
but
completely
well,
disagree with that.
yeah, I disagree as well. But like,
Because
okay, so
like
here's the verse
I don't know,
before.
I don't know. Like I mean, like I like Sabrina, she's cool, but like
I mean,
if
it
you're
would
if
just be easier to read it in the book
she's
itself.
is she
Sorry,
like
go
a
on.
Catholic or Orthodox or something, and she believes that only the church can dispense the Bible and like it's forbidden to read it for private use. I mean, like
Well, it's
I disagree with that. I think everybody should read it.
I'm in the wrong chapter.
I'm
Okay, so let's read the
I'm not
verses
trying to call her
before.
out or anything.
Well, let's read the verses before 1912. Let me see. Okay, so it's I'll start. I'll summarize it from the beginning of the chapter. Um, and it came to pass, blah blah. Jesus had finished the sayings, Galilee, blah blah, Judea beyond Jordan. The great multitudes followed. Oh, thunder! And he healed them. Pharisees came unto him, tempting him, saying unto him, is it lawful for a man to put away his wife for every cause? And he answered and said unto them, have ye not read that he which made them at the beginning made them male and female, and said, for this cause shall man leave father and mother, and shall cleave to his wife, and they twain shall be one flesh? Question mark. That's interesting. Wherever they are no more twain, but one flesh. What therefore God hath joined together, let not man put asunder. They say unto him, why did Moses then command to give a writing of divorcement, and to put her away? He saith unto them, Moses, because of the hardness of your hearts, suffered you to put away your wives, but from the beginning it was not so. And I say unto you, whoever shall put away his wife, except to be for fornication, and shall marry another, committeth adultery, and whose marrieth her, excuse me, which is put away doth commit adultery. His disciples say unto him, if the case of the man be so with his wife, it is not good to marry. But he said unto them, oh, it got windy. He said unto them, all men cannot receive this saying, save they to whom it is given. Wait, hold on. What does that say again?
I
But
think I
he,
understand what this means. I'm reading it. I'm reading it myself. Here.
but he said unto them, all men cannot receive this saying, save they to whom it is given. Uh, then it says, for there are some eunuchs which were so born from their mother's womb, and there are some eunuchs which were made eunuchs of men, and there be eunuchs which have made themselves eunuchs for the kingdom of heaven's sake.
Yeah, it's talking about like marriage customs and shit, and like there are people who are like in their 40s and 50s and never had kids,
Well, this is interesting. This word is only used in Matthew 19.
right?
It's not used in any other.
But what I think what they mean by eunuchs is like it's like because like Jesus says in
Hold on,
another
I heard a
part of
noise. I
the
gotta
Bible.
go look outside real quick.
Do it.
Sorry, go on.
Well, in another part of the Bible, it's like where Jesus is saying, like, if you look at a woman and lust after her, then you committed adultery in your heart, right? Like, even if you don't, like, do anything wrong. Like if you're just like lustfully looking at women, like you're still kind of sinning in your heart, right? Um, you're committing adultery. So then, like they're addressing like eunuchs, which like in the ancient parlance is like kind of talking about like incels, like the modern day incel. uh it's like, okay, if you made yourself a eunuch for the purpose of God, that means that you like you're putting God above like going out and trying to get laid, you know. And if you're pissing people off for speaking the truth and no chicks want to fuck you, then like that's okay because
Well, I missed what you were saying.
you're speaking the truth. I don't know, you know what I mean? Like you're that's how I read it.
Hmm.
It's like you're
Uh,
talking about eunuchs. Eunuchs is like just single men, like older
yeah,
single
but
men.
that I see what you're saying, but that's different here because it's talking about they were eunuchs from the womb, talking about people that are disabled and the dysfunctional down there, and then it's saying, and then there are eunuchs who were made eunuchs, meaning that they had their genitals cut off, and that's relative to Tim Callahan's Secret Origins of the Bible because he's talking about the Kadesh and the Kadesha, the male and female priests. The male ones would cut
Or
their
it could also be talking about the chemicals they're putting in the water to turn the frogs gay.
no, you don't understand. It's like they warned of this Astaroth cult, and the Astaroth cult practiced eunuchs and this devotion to a goddess, Astarte, and that I mean, like their cults still are relative. Look at the Heaven's Gate symbol. It's the Heaven's Gate symbol is Astarte. Uh,
Have you seen the movie Begonia? Came out last year.
well, hold on. That this whole Bible conspiracy is something that a lot of people don't know about. Cooper knew about
Well,
it.
this is
Uh,
relevant. This is relevant.
okay, sorry, go on.
There's a movie that came out last year called Begonia,
Yeah, I've seen it. I
and
forget what
like
it's about.
at the beginning of the movie, they like the main guy and like his cousin, they inject themselves with like hormones to like kill their sperm count or something, or
Oh,
like,
that movie.
you know what I
Yeah,
mean?
that was definitely some kind of they
And
were
then
larping
like
this.
that was their reasoning behind it, was like we're gonna kidnap this woman, and like we don't want to be distracted by like sexual temptation, so like we're gonna like, you know, like chemically castrate ourselves in order to fight the good fight or whatever, you know what I mean? Well, it's like I wouldn't recommend doing that.
Well, yeah, that's their. It's funny because it's their the priesthood of Isis. Remember, the Illuminati is the resurrection of the cult of Isis. The cult of Isis is Astarte, and that the eunuchs were, you know, that it's fucked up. It's like, especially that Archon rule book where he's talking about the eunuchs in the chapter of Russia, the whole cult of Russia. That's that Illuminati written all over it. I'm surprised you didn't fucking just flat out accuse it of being Illuminati in the book. But like that's why
Yeah.
Cooper says, because Cooper believed the Illuminati went back to this cult of Astarte and stuff. This Nimrod and fucking you know, I don't know if that's thunder or what, but I went outside and there was a wild cat and it was hissing at me, so I gave it some food. It didn't seem like it was
Well, how
stormy.
many people like my sister told me this, was like she didn't want to have kids because like the world is overpopulated and global warming, and so like we shouldn't have kids. It's like um,
What is?
like I told her that was crazy talk, and then like she did end up having a kid, and like now I have a niece. I'm glad I have a niece. Like it's like
Yeah,
she could have bought the propaganda, and then I wouldn't have a niece.
yeah. Well, I mean, okay, so I was reading the next verses just to make sure they weren't relative to it. Okay, so I don't recall anything in the Old Testament about eunuchs, and that the only, well, I mean, I brought that Tim Callahan chapter up the other night. How the fuck do I keep getting a lighter that has a safety
Well,
in
have
it?
you ever read? I mean, I know you have. So I'm just a rhetorical question, but like um, Epic of Gilgamesh.
I've heard it talked in spoken form
But
by
like, there's a point in like Epic of
anthropologists.
Gilgamesh where Gilgamesh would have been like. I've heard people try to say that like in a syncretic way, like Gilgamesh was like Nimrod or like um, Sargon of Akkad, and Gilgamesh and Nimrod are all the same person, like in a syncretic way or something.
Well, that's where the people get confused that in the ancient world the kings and stuff all had deified ranks. They
But
were
like
all
Gilgamesh,
Nimrod.
Gilgamesh in the story of Gilgamesh, he becomes like the king or whatever, the god king, and then like he requires that everybody in his kingdom, like let's say I married a woman, then Gilgamesh would get the first dibs, like before I'm allowed to marry her, like he gets to fuck her first.
Well, that just seems harsh. Uh,
And like that's in the Gilgamesh story, like where like all the people in the kingdom, like they had to let Gilgamesh have his way with their woman before they were allowed to
well,
be married.
they're lucky Mel Gibson wasn't there.
Like that's probably a thing that happened in like these early like primitive societies where it was like, okay, the guy dominating the society, the guy that rules, like he can have any woman he wants in the fucking kingdom. I mean, it's
Oh yeah.
fucked up, but that's probably what they were doing back then.
Well, it's like the secular humanism thing isn't new. It's old, and it's like them. This whole Astarte cult and Nimrod and all that stuff because Astarte was Semiramis, and that it's like okay, so look at the Jesus story. It's like this is the oldest I can trace. Well, not the oldest, but well, the other part of. Well, let me continue. So Jesus story. He's the God of the Christians, and he's a hero, and that he's male, and that he goes into the center of the earth for 3 days, and that he comes back with well, I forget how it goes, but so
Well,
anyways,
when
well,
was
hold on,
when
hold on,
was the whole idea of
hold on,
Jesus
wait.
going into the
Well, no,
Hades
this isn't
introduced?
that's not the relevant part. The relevant part is that there was an opposite deity, which was the great destroyer, as opposed to the Prince of Peace. And the great destroyer was this female goddess uh, that also went to the center of the earth, but instead was uh, fed fire. And that how does it go? It's interesting because it's like a contending. It's like this goddess is the Antichrist.
But
It is.
how are you directly correlating these things?
Well, this is it's like look at the modern the modern Rome. It's goddess worship. You read the two Babylons; they're worshiping
Yeah.
the goddess Semiramis, and
Or it's
that
like the Sophia consciousness or whatever the
they
fuck.
changed the holy day from Saturday to Sunday. So the Sunday was the day of the goddess and the fertility cult of the sun, and the Saturday was the day of the Hebrews, and that there's 3 or 4 references in the New Testament saying that Jesus' day was Saturday, and calendar references. The whole argument's very.
Well,
I'm
it's
gonna
the
have to make a whole
Sabbath. It's the
documentary about
Sabbath.
it.
It's the Sabbath, but like,
Well, well,
how would they
well. The point you
like?
don't understand the point though. It's like this Astarte was the devil, in comparison to Jesus. Like the people say like God and the devil. It's like Jesus versus this goddess, and that even in ancient Egypt, Horus was the the protector or whatever. Or what was the other one? It's like the god was the same in all manifestation and all the symbolism, but like the female, there was the male lion one, and then there was the female lion one, and that the female lion one was turned into the Sobek deity of Egypt, which was some kind of warrior goddess on the same as the Astarte, and that this warrior goddess cult was they were like the enemies of Christianity, uh, and that
Yeah, but I mean,
well,
like
what I'm getting at basically is I think this verse was not in the original Bible, uh, or in the original book of Matthew, uh, because there's no other mention of eunuchs. There's no modern customs of eunuchs in Christianity or Hebrew. Uh, but there is customs of eunuchs in this goddess cult of Babylon, which Cooper talks about this mystery Babylon. That's what he's talking about.
well, you think Babylon came from Scotland? I mean, I think it's like a
Babylon,
pre-exist.
Scotland.
I think it's like a pre-existing, like ancient cult that was like corrupting the Hebrew religion. That's what Jesus came and was like
No, I think
rebelling against the corruption of the original Hebrew religion, right?
well, I think Churchward's right that the Hebrews came from the Mayan Peninsula, and eventually their religion got to Babylon in their captivity, and that the kings of Babylon and stuff they didn't understand it, and then they corrupted it, and they perverted it.
How would they come from the Mayan?
Well, that's why I think in the Bible that they specifically say that Nimrod was the Gentile king, because he was the corrupted form of their religion, and that it wasn't their religion, and it was a corruption. It was not accurate, and that so it became a madness at that point, and that the lost art of the speculative Mason was lost at that point, because and is was concealed in the Hebrew doctrine, and then eventually reemerged through the Christian doctrine. Uh, that's what I've been discussing it with.
Were you saying they came from like South America to the Middle
Yeah,
East?
Churchward shows a lot of documentation with
I mean,
the
that just seems like ancient alien type shit to me, but I don't
well,
know.
no, it's not alien stuff. It's
Well,
Churchward.
not
See,
ancient alien, but just kind of like revisionist history, like Tartaria and like
no, it's not like that.
Atlantis and all this
It's
crap.
it's see, I've always been obsessed with etymology, and that that languages, and like it's like with the Spanish and the Quiche and the Huitoto language and stuff, where it's like sometimes the words, like in because it's majority Portuguese in that area, and that they adopted Portuguese, but like sometimes their native words spilled over to the Portuguese words, but not necessarily the 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 way it's said, but the etymology of it, which would then create a new word in the Portuguese. And so it's like these Incan and Mayan languages, when they went to Egypt, and the Phoenician based language was then in contrast to the Mayan language, or well, I mean, it possibly came from the Mayan language, but like the it's like the clash of the, you can see the impressions of the new religious doctrine, where in the oldest doctrine of Egypt, it's not about any of this. Uh, it's all about frogs and salamanders coming out of the mud and stuff, and like there is no Ptah or Osiris, and the Ptah was the was a there's a precursor, and that the precursor was a direct effigy of the Mayan. I forget the name, but like the word play of the thing. It's like the uh, the Mayans had a story of a god making man, and that, well, no, sorry, the god making himself by using the secret word, and that the secret word religion traveled to Egypt and then to uh, the Middle East. But like it's like while it was in Egypt, the secret word story was told in a different form, where the secret word was, uh, look at the Book of the Dead. The initiate has his heart weighed against the feather of Mont, and then he goes up to the crocodile, and then he says the secret word, and then he gets into the afterlife because he knows the word of God. Uh, it's like, but that went east to Babylon eventually, and that the that the whole thing was just mucked up, and then so then the Hebrews, they write about Jonah, who Jonah comes out of Nineveh. Jonah Jonah possesses the secret doctrine, the real secret doctrine, not this Luciferian bullshit, the real secret doctrine of the Bible, and then he brings it somehow. Jonah's doctrine gets brought forth through the new Messiah, who's to free the Hebrews from the tyranny of Rome, and that he's got the new doctrine, he's got the word, and that he's it's very interesting. It's you know because like in the Greek, the word carpenter is stonemason, and like, but but it's like I don't think they were. Well, I mean, they say in the old times that the operative and speculative were joined, but it's like if Jesus was real, and that he was, his father was, or well, his
Well,
stepfather was a stonemason, that he couldn't get any of the stonemasons to help rebel against Rome, and so he went to the fishermen, and that he created his own. He rebrought the old doctrine of Jonah, and then
well,
reformed.
isn't Jesus the chief cornerstone that the builders rejected? You know.
Yeah, well, I mean, nobody knows if it's symbolism or literal.
Well, I'm just making a Jordan Maxwell joke. The chief cornerstone.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, so the thing though is like,
The
it's like,
stone, the builders are the Freemasons. They
yeah.
rejected the chief cornerstone, which was Jesus.
Well, my point though is that the that whatever whatever doctrine that was well, whatever secrets that was displayed and open was uh clearly put into metaphor, and that the some of the metaphors, such as revelations, have never been fully expounded upon, and
Well,
that,
being a fisherman is like a metaphor for you're trying to put, like make fishers of men, right? Like you want to.
Well, no, I think they were literal fishermen.
Well, yeah, but it's also a metaphor. It's like you're.
Well, they didn't always talk in metaphors. It's the thing where it's like we got to figure out how to differentiate it all. And then we
I mean, I think a lot of the Bible is metaphorical, but like people take it too far where they're not looking at it from like a narrative point of view. They're looking at it from like a,
yeah,
oh,
but
there's 12 disciples. That means that it's the
well, I'm
12
not.
zodiac signs, and the
Well, I'm not
Jesus was
saying that.
crucified at 33 years old, which means he's
Well,
symbolic of
you're
the
getting off base.
33
This is all.
vertebrae of the fucking
No,
spine of
this.
the Kundalini
Oh
serpent.
no, you're. I'm not other people. I'm
But
talking about stuff that
like that
nobody talks
pineal
about.
power would probably go off on that shit, or whatever.
All that rhetoric was spewing around in 2007. That I already seen all the rhetoric, and it's all played out. It's all nobody's bringing nothing new to the table. It's like, and in this what I'm talking about isn't even really new. It's like it's like think about these Bible verses. We're talking about people that would pretend to be Jesus, pretend to that, and that they were well, it's talking about these cults that were pretending to be Christianity, and that I think that the cults went to great lengths to alter the New Testament to conform to the Astarte worship, and that that because I think it's Matthew, the oldest scroll of Matthew, when he finds Jesus, or when he goes to the tomb of Jesus, that's the end of the story.
No,
Uh,
that's Mark. That's Mark, not
oh, is it Mark?
Matthew. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. The end of the scroll is gone, and like, well, I mean, it finished there, and that somebody added to it, and that I think that I think that there's somebody needs to do some painstaking research on finding and categorizing all of the oldest scrolls, comparing them, seeing which who all the information needs to be dealt with, and that nobody's ever dealt
Yeah,
with
but you
it.
can't you
Uh,
can't trust like the Smithsonian or any of these groups or whatever the fuck to like do any honest fucking research like
well, even when you find say you're researching a scroll or something, it's like you definitely want to look up who found it, how he found it, that type of thing. Like, and then look up who had translated it, who you know what I mean.
well
Uh,
there's all the people talking about like like oh Jesus actually had children with Mary Magdalene and all this crap and it's like the Priory of Sion, like royal family and British Israelism and all this crap, and tied in with that
yeah, I'm not. I don't. I'm
of
not.
like the Jesus bloodline. It's like those are all.
That's not what I'm trying to
I'm not
push.
saying you are, but I'm just saying like it's so easy that like people can corrupt things and like try to present it as or like even like the Catholics, they're into like the Shroud of Turin and all that. It's like
Yeah,
I'm a Christian myself, but I'm not going to use the Shroud of Turin as evidence because it's like fake and it is fake. And
yeah. I don't believe in the shroud. I mean,
anybody saying it's not fake is a
I mean,
fucking retard.
say you were to take the story literal, which I was doing earlier, and that it's like when Jesus died, the new world was made, and according to the doctrine, a world where mankind something was different about him. That's what's very interesting. It's like, and
Yeah,
because it's like,
toward the veil, toward the veil.
well, I don't know about no, I'm talking about the whole people arguing about original sin being vanquished by Jesus' death on the cross.
Well, yeah, I mean that's part of the story. It says it tore the veil between the temple where like the priest was supposed to be the one intermediating between people and God, but like when Jesus died on the cross, it tore the veil, and now
Well, I mean,
now
we're,
anybody can
yeah, but
access God through Jesus. You know, like
that's not.
that's
No,
part.
that's not what I'm talking about. That's some kind of, you gotta just empty out all the new age stuff. Yeah.
Well, no,
Well, so well,
that's like
hold on.
standard
Before I lose the idea,
standard Christian doctrine.
no, well, I'm talking about like if you were to look at it in a literal sense, it's like the people they killed God, and then when they killed him, something changed in everyone all at the same time, according to the story. That they all had lost the original sin, quote unquote, uh, which is it's very interesting. It's like, did they all experience something when it happened? I mean, if you were to look at it literally, uh, did
Well, I don't know.
everybody be like, "Oh shit, we fucked up"? Like,
I don't know if that's necessarily the interpretation. Like everybody lost the original sin, or isn't it that you have to accept Jesus as the Messiah
well,
and
that's
in order to
yeah,
cleanse
but
you of your sins?
well, they misinterpret the doctrine though, because like according to the Hebrew word Messiah and it's changed into Greek,
The
that
Moshiach.
well, it simply meant the person that would save the Hebrews from Rome. Uh, and so the word was that's why the Jews are always arguing about the word, what it means, and like that it's well, I mean, about how the Christians misinterpret it because they are misinterpreting. The Christians are misinterpreting the word Messiah, and that it's and so they think that it's the way I don't know. It's interesting because one of the old one of the writers was saying talking about some Old Testament thing, and it wasn't that one that everybody always brings up, but it was he was he was alleging of some allegory that was basically talking about Jesus in the Old Testament, but it wasn't the wasn't that one that Harry brought up because that one was debunked by Danny. It was a different one. It was I can't remember how it went, but it all had to do with the day of Saturday and that the and like I can't remember how it went. I didn't screenshot it, but
Well,
like
I'd like to talk to Harry and Danny at the same time. That'd be funny. It's fun. You know?
yeah, well, it gets kind of stressful. It's because Harry's being rude to Danny sometimes. It's
I
annoying.
mean, Harry. I don't disagree with Harry on everything. I think he's a pretty smart guy, but like sometimes he'll hammer on a point and
Well,
like
he left
not
tonight
not
because I
see
said I
what the
believe in the.
other person's like saying. You know.
Well, Harry left tonight because I said I believed in the Holocaust.
So
Which is
he doesn't believe in the Holocaust.
I don't know. But I don't know. I can't speak for him. I mean,
Well, the other guy.
I know that he definitely thinks that the numbers weren't right, and he thinks that Schindler was good or something. Or I don't know if he thinks Schindler was good, but I know that he definitely was insulted that I said that I believed in the Holocaust.
Well, I know a lot of guys who seems like they're with me on a lot of shit, and then they're like misinterpreting the stuff I'm telling them, and then they'll be like, "Yeah, like Hitler was right," and it's like I'm not saying that. Like, what the fuck? Like,
Yeah,
where do you come to that conclusion? You know, like what the fuck? You know.
yeah. Well, that's damn it. The wind's getting scary. Fucking I don't know what the hell that was, but something thumped. uh,
But yeah, a lot of people get hung on that because it's like part of that like 2016 like alt right programming from like 4chan and like
Yeah,
like where they were like in 2016. I was on 4chan. I remember that shit.
yeah.
And
Well, I mean, they were doing it before that too. There's
yeah,
some of those magazines and stuff that were in the '90s.
but like they really ramped it up in like 2016 with Trump, where it was like everybody's making these memes of like Trump as Hitler and like Trump is gonna gas the Jews and like the Jews are the bad guys and Trump is the good guy because he's like Hitler and all this
They're all
shit.
retarded.
And it's like it's really the opposite of that because it seems like Israelis really like Trump, So like that doesn't even make sense.
Yeah,
And then they put out these rumors like that guy who supposedly shot at Trump or
yeah,
like tried to shoot at him at the whatever the correspondence dinner,
yeah.
and people are circulating a picture of that guy wearing like an IDF shirt or
Yeah,
something.
yeah. The AI. I've seen people post showing that
It's
the
an
AI
AI
was.
picture. It's an AI
Yeah,
picture,
the AI was confirming it was AI.
and it doesn't even make sense. Like, why would the IDF send somebody after Trump? That doesn't make any fucking sense. Because it seems like the Israelis want Trump in office because like
They've
all
been.
of his
Well, you gotta
donors
understand that
are Israelis. I mean,
the people that are on this Nazi thing, that they in the past that they've doctored photographs and they've tried to insert tattoos on people, and that in the Middle East, and say that one group is working for the other and all this stuff. And
yeah.
it's like, well, how do we know that's real? Like the that's it's definitely doctored, and that the but like it's like it's like they'll go to great. They're just as bad as the Marxists when the Marxists fucking pulled the voter fraud. The Marxists were dumping ballots and shit and fucking replacing them with other ballots, and like all the controversies all over it was all over BitChute, all the fucking voter fraud.
well,
But
well,
like,
it's like if
well,
somebody,
hold on. They're doing the same thing, except they're not dumping ballots. They're doctoring images, trying
yeah,
to make people think that it's all. They're trying to make people jump on this anti-Semite rhetoric,
yeah.
which it's clear. It's like they're just lying and playing games, and fabricating shit. And that
Well, it's
they,
like okay, if that guy that like went to go shoot up Trump, if he wrote in his manifesto like he was inspired by the Third World podcast or something in his manifesto, like you would be like,
well, that's definitely not the case.
well, I mean, I'm not saying he did, but like, let's say for sake of argument, like the guy did say that, like, oh, I was inspired by your
Well, you could
podcast.
use a different fucking example, not me, motherfucker. Duh. Jesus Christ.
Well, I mean, what I'm saying, like, if the guy did say that, like, you you would be intellectually honest and like not deny it. You'd be like, oh shit, like the guy mentioned that. You wouldn't try to like make a fake meme and say that it was like Harry told him to do it or whatever the fuck.
Nah, I'm not sure what you're even trying to say here, but I
Well, I mean,
definitely.
like if people are faking, I don't know, that was a bad example, but like if people are
Oh, definitely. Jesus Christ. Listen, I think Trump's innocent. I think I think that the narrative, they're painting a picture of him as a bad guy because they want people to hate him because he's pro-America and he's pro-American sovereignty, and the New World Order does not want American sovereignty, and that fucking and that these Marxists are crazy. They're literally crazy.
well,
You know,
what's your proof that Trump is like pro America?
well, before he was ever elected, he said he said in a debate, that he said that he wanted to abolish the 16th Amendment.
But has he
Uh,
done that? Has he done that?
well, he's done things that I don't keep track of all that stuff, but like the whole border thing. It's like all these other leaders have always exercised powers that were outside of the boundaries of the Constitution. To secure the border is to be within the Constitution and to exercise a power that is legislated to the federal government to exercise. So to secure the border is a pro constitutional thing. Uh,
Yeah, but have they actually secured the border? Or did he just sell you on that when he was running for office, you know?
Yeah, but it becomes a problem when a million fucking Marxists are going around pretending to be Republicans and then purposely sabotaging things, because that's what's going on 100%. The it's like his first term or whatever, he should have fired everybody because they were all fucking working against him. And
But
the
he didn't. He didn't. Like I mean, like when he was running, he was saying he was gonna lock Hillary up and all this shit, and then like whenever he got in office, he was like, "Oh, I would never lock up Hillary Clinton. I mean, that's horrible. Like I'm friends with Bill Clinton, and you know all this stuff." He was saying that shit.
well, it's he might be getting old. I mean, but like
You really think he has any actual power, or is he just like the
the
current the current figurehead that they installed, and
what's like
they're doing like
what I think is going
political
on is that
theater to make
what,
us think that it
what
matters.
so when the New World Order people are in office, the international government, the UN, all these different things, they'll all do anything that they can to help support the New World Order junkies who are destroying the Constitution and creating more internationalism. But then when there's a pro Constitution person in office, they do everything they can to work against him. And so that when in being in a position such as that, one would simply exercise the powers that are exclusively granted on paper that nobody should have a problem with, such as border control or remodeling. You know,
Yeah, but isn't it kind of like a pendulum, you know, or like the Masonic plumb line, you know, like the pendulum,
well,
like where?
I don't think that he's a Mason or anything.
Well, I'm just saying, like, just from like a metaphorical way of viewing the political system of like we have Biden coming in and he's letting all the immigrants in. So then we have Trump come in and he's like supposedly against immigration. So then like the reason why we had Biden in there to let all the immigrants in is so that we can justify Trump
Yeah, but
like
yeah, but
empowering
hold on though.
the Gestapo
When
system that's going to
when
be used against
hold on though,
citizens.
hold on. When Bo Biden went on 60 Minutes during his term, you didn't see them giving him a hard time. But then,
Because that was part of the scripted
but then,
play
well,
of
hold
it.
on though, hold on. We're using reason and logic. But then when we see the current leader go on a 60 Minutes, the lady acts like a piece of shit and says something that is not verifiable in anything. There's no evidence of it. There's just because someone files a piece of paperwork under a false name does not mean that it's evidence of anything.
Well,
And
it
that
could be like
well,
like
I looked into the background. There's no Trump has he's clean. There's no evidence of anything. I've looked into it. Andrew Wilson is right that he's clean. He's innocent, and that these Marxists are going around spewing this insanity.
innocent on what?
He's innocent of their fucking allegations of him being some kind of sexual predator, and that fucking and that the Marxists are going around and they're spewing this insanity of this shit. And then simultaneously, the Marxists are literally like trying to attack the leader of our country. And
What's
then,
up with the
hold on,
pictures?
hold on. And then simultaneously, people are all running around saying that those things weren't real. It's like, are you kidding me? You're in denial that some crazy fucking lunatic Marxist didn't try to fucking do that crazy shit? Like, those pieces of shit are fucking insane. And that fucking, you go to the cities and there's a weird vibe with these people who are Marxists, and that you can tell that they're fucking Marxist. You can tell it. You can see it, and fucking that they are dark, and that they're on some dark shit, and that fucking it's fucked up. That these people are fucked up. That the security Marxists should be put on the list of fucking terrorist groups because they are a fucking terrorist group, and that's not an exaggeration. And that
Well,
fucking the great lengths that they'll go to try to destroy people that are pro America. Think about this. Everybody's talked all this shit about the guy that started the Bureau, but nobody's ever shown any evidence of it. Where is the evidence that Roosevelt did such a thing? There is no evidence. But people still spew the rumor to this day. This is what Cooper preached. Do not believe the rumorville. If there's no evidence of something, do not repeat it, because you're just helping the enemies of the United States. And
I'm not a
fucking,
Marxist.
I'm not saying you are, but I'm saying that this is how these Marxists are just repeating all
I'm
this
not. I'm
shit.
not a Marxist, but like I think that Trump is like
Well, you don't understand though. There's
Trump.
literally
Trump's just
hold
another
on,
fucking
hold on.
puppet, man. He's like
I don't no, I don't think he
stopgap.
is. Otherwise the fucking Marxists wouldn't be trying to fucking delete him.
Or
I
they
don't
could be doing like reverse
hold on.
psychology.
I asked a question the other day on my podcast. Well, I don't ask a question, but I said a statement and I wanted to see if the audience knew what the statement was about, and that they didn't. And that the statement was about me saying, who do you remember who went to the UN and told the UN, we will not give you 24% of the federal income tax anymore? And that when that statement was made, a month later, the pandemic started. And that statement was made by the leader of our country. And the only time I've ever heard anyone call out that tax was Bill Cooper when he said, Cooper says 25%, but Trump told the UN 24%. But either way, it's like the same number. But Bill Cooper said that America has to give 25% of the federal income tax to the United Nations. And the only time in my life I've ever heard anyone say that was Bill Cooper, except when I heard Trump say it to the UN. So I don't think that Trump is New World Order. I think that he's a good guy, and that it doesn't matter if he fucks up and he's an asshole. That he's a New Yorker, and I used to know a New Yorker. They all talk real cocky, and that it's just something you got to get used to. Fucking that's what people don't understand. That they hear a New Yorker talk, and they think that there's some kind. They don't understand how New Yorkers talk and how they act and stuff. They're very, you know, there's a whole vibe going on with New York.
Well, that
Uh,
has nothing to do with why I like or dislike him. Like, I actually think he's funny and personable. I voted for him in 2016, but I didn't vote for him in 2020 or 2024.
well,
Uh,
I would have voted if I didn't think that it would have been
I,
rigged.
I think he went back on a lot of shit that he was promising people, and it's pretty documented that he went back on
Well,
a bunch
I
of
think
shit.
I think in those scenarios that he thought that he would have the delegation of authority to do such a thing, but then he later found out that he didn't have the delegation of authority, so he couldn't fulfill the promise. I think that that's what was going on, because it's like, if you're the leader, you'd have a whole team of lawyers who would be able to tell you what you could and couldn't do, and that perhaps he had high hopes, and that later he found out that his lawyers told him, like, you don't have the power to do this, and that so then he's like, fuck it, I'm gonna build a nice office or a nice ballroom. It's like, you won't let me do nice things, I'm gonna do something nice.
I don't know. Well, I mean, so many things, like the Operation Warp Speed during his first term. That was during his term. So everybody wants to blame Biden on the
No, I
forced
think
vaccine stuff, but
I
like
think that he was.
Trump started that, and
Yeah, but
the
I think he was just trying to cater to the fucking leftists and appease them, and that he shouldn't have done
the
that to begin with. I think that
they gave everybody like $1,000 or whatever the fuck, or whatever it was. Like,
well, that's the thing though, where I was talking about earlier, where when somebody's a Marxist and they're on office, when they're an internationalist, the whole thing will just move in their fucking direction. But when somebody's not a Marxist, everything is against them. Look at my YouTube. I've had a YouTube for almost fucking 20 years. And fucking I've only got 6,000 subscribers. You know, I've got some videos with fucking 300,000 views. It's like, what the fuck? Like fucking it's like people that are, because I talk against Marxism and I lose followers every week. And like fucking and I've argued with Marxists for 20 years on the internet, and that I know everything about them, everything, and they can sit and try to hide and fucking it's just I've seen the I've know how they work and what they do and their little fucking little childish games that they play, because that's all they are. They're fucking little childish bitches, these Marxists. And that everything that they do is childish bullshit, lies, fucking anything that they can do to fucking get people to look at them. You know, it's like it's these Marxists just really fucking annoy the shit out of me. It's like they, because they just keep recruiting, but you don't see people who are pro Constitution, pro America. Those numbers aren't going up. Those numbers are going down, and that
well, what
there's
about the like what I'm talking about is like reverse psychology, where it's like Trump is like purposely inflammatory to piss people off and radicalize people towards the left, or you know what I mean, like it could be like from a dialectical perspective where like we're inflaming certain groups in order to like all these white supremacist groups are being inflamed in order to,
well, I'm looking at
you
it from
know, like
a common.
cause a backlash, which is gonna cause like Black Lives Matter and Antifa,
Well, I'm
and then
looking at it from a common sense
you know,
perspective. In my entire life, I've never seen the media demonize someone more ever. Never, not once have I seen the media
but
demonize.
he's playing along with it. He's like it's like the evil wrestler, you know, like the heel wrestler. That's like everybody got to boo the
Yeah,
villain
but you don't
wrestler,
understand. I've
you
met
know.
rich people, famous people. They're just regular people. They're not different. They're just regular people, and that that there's stuff going on where fucking like some of these big Marxists and stuff that get in office and stuff. They're not regular people. They're surrounded by all sorts of strange shit that is much more strange than anything about these tech giants. These tech giants are nothing compared to the people that are surrounded by the world British imperialists. There's no world British imperialists around our current leader, and so that's fine, because all the rest of them between back going back fucking 100 years almost, all of them have been surrounded by people or doctrine which was world British imperialism, and that fucking Trump does not have world British imperialism. He's against it. He wants sovereignty, and that anyone that's pro sovereignty and pro constitution is what America needs. That because this whole thing, they've been trying to dissolve America since it started, and that they've been trying to do so much stuff, and that it's like you know uh, if Elon Musk is a good guy and he's not the government and he's got a bunch of money and he's trying to help America, this is all very relative because
How
America.
is he though? I mean, you know them by their fruits. I mean, like Elon Musk,
Well, I'm just talking theoretical,
I'm
but it's
just
like,
saying, I'm just saying, you know them by their fruits. Like Elon Musk is like pushing, like the
well,
Neuralink chips.
hold on though, hold on though,
He's pushing self-driving cars. He
hold on though,
bought
hold on.
Twitter and made it into a cesspool.
Before I forget that the only way to get out of what we're in America is either for a full-on gold and silver currency to be somehow just brought forth, or some sort of other form of currency, such as cryptocurrency. And that we would want to definitely get immediately off it. But that's the same thing the founding fathers did. Was they started creating their own currency to then get America set up so they can get off the British standard. It's all about getting away from the British, getting away from these internationalists. It's like, and that and about the Neuralink and stuff. There's people that don't have any arms and legs who are using the Neuralink to actually have some kind of life. That I mean, in that aspect, it is good. I mean, you can't really argue with that.
So we need mass surveillance, and we need all
Well,
this
I'm not
crap
saying that, but that's the thing, though. It's like,
in order to
well, hold
have
on, though. There's more, though.
American.
That's the thing that is that if Elon Musk say he's like the head of the CIA, or not the head, but some kind of CIA type thing or something, or say he's working for America, and that he's really some kind of section of American government that is dealing with this AI and stuff. And it's like, if there was to ever be, a country that was to invade our country in modern times, that it would be doing it with drones, and that this AI and stuff is necessary for the military advancement for our country to be on top of protecting our country. Uh,
Yeah, but you said this yourself.
because I would argue against Courtney Turner about this, because I do believe that.
You said this yourself that like the international shit is already taken over. So it's like what like why do we like oh we need to develop like AI surveillance technology because if we don't do it then China's going to do it. But it's like
Yeah,
China
but well, at the same time
is
though, it's
the
like,
same internationalist cult that the United States is. Trump's definitely part of it. I don't.
well, yeah, but that's generalizing it. I mean, there's so many factors. It's like, so because I could bring up the alien factor again. If there was aliens, that it's like we would need this technology to somehow, or for all we know, we got it from them. We don't know. Like, but like, it's like, but say the no alien scenario, and say that America is still sovereign, and say that it's like the we're at a dangerous point in history because uh, our production power is down, and that the production power in America needs to be brought back up, and that the if because if China was to invade our country, they have a higher production power, and that it doesn't matter if all their equipment is garbage, because if they have 10,000 more of it than us, then we'll obviously be overwhelmed. And that if we were to have robots making the production power, this would increase our production power infinitely. And so this militarily wise would be a necessary step, that to increase the production power would be the only option to protect the country from China. Uh, that I mean, this is serious stuff.
But you
I
don't
mean,
think that they purposely sabotage manufacturing in the United States? Like, to produce cheaper goods in China, and we have like a deal with
Well,
them, and always have.
they did when the Marxists were in control.
Well, they're
Uh,
still in control. I mean,
yeah, but there was that there was almost fucking a shut off with the Chinese the Chinese imports that it's like there's stuff that's happened. I mean, I know if Tyler was here, he would definitely back me up on all this stuff. That fucking he's more versed in it than I am. That I mean, it's you got to look at it from a military aspect. It's like if America does not have the production power and China or Russia decides to invade our country, then we're doomed. But if we can have robot factories and all this bullshit and somehow increase our production power to far surpass China's, then we'll be safe. And that being safe, because there's stuff going on in intelligence stuff that is far above anybody's minds, that nobody knows what's really going on. And that there's, it's like it's a tough thing because it's like, uh, I mean, the conspiracy is so vast. I mean, for all we know, the blue beam could be to make the rest of the world believe in aliens, and then America takes over the world. It could be something like that, and that it could all be part of the intelligence game.
well, I still wouldn't support that because that's fucked up.
Yeah, but what if the because some of those yeah, but some of those intelligence people, even the ones that people demonize the most, such as the Dulles brothers, they specifically say that the UN stuff would take away our constitution, and these intelligence people are very tricky, and that this whole thing that's going on, we don't even know what's going on. All these things that we see, we have no idea the complexity, and that it's a tough thing. It's like that's why I just live my life and smoke weed and try to have fun, and like I still study and stuff, but like the to be fully to place all bets on something is, I mean, it's a scary thing. Imagine you were playing a game of poker or something, and your car broke down, and like you're trapped at a casino, and if you don't make a big bet, then you're gonna lose, and you won't have enough money to get your car repaired or something.
Well, what kind of
And
bet
that
am I
like
making? What kind of bet are we making right now? I mean,
the bet on American sovereignty and the future of humanity.
yeah, but like, what are we personally doing? Just because I'm
Well,
saying I don't,
the bet's about
just
Elon
because I'm
Musk.
questioning Trump, that means that I'm like betting against American
That's
sovereignty.
not
Like,
that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the the bet's about Elon Musk and these robots, because it's like my friend Courtney Turner. She's against Elon Musk. I'm not saying I'm pro or against Elon Musk. I have demonized him before, but like the I also do well. But my point though is that it's like we're at a new turning point in civilization where AI has become a factor, and that AI and robots and shit has become a huge factor, and that there's a whole new ball game going on that's never happened before, and that these robots and stuff are in a way detrimental to this whole thing, because this whole new ball game that's going on is very fucked up, and that it's like uh I mean, it's like we see all these robots and we see what they can do and stuff, but you don't think the military has some kind of super advanced fucking robot with all sorts of crazy
yeah,
shit on it?
they
It's
got
like,
better shit. They
but
got
then,
better shit than what they're showing us for
but
sure.
then, but then, so does China, and then so does Russia.
But also,
They
but
all do.
also, same thing is that like what they're pushing on us with like Palantir and like these data centers and mass surveillance. Like we don't need that to fight China. Like, do we need to spy on every American citizen
That's the
to
thing.
fight
It's like
China?
that's the thing. We don't know what's actually happening. We don't know what's happening, and like we can sit and
We have,
speculate, but that there's because I think that there's stuff going on that is far beyond our comprehension, and that and I've got like 160 IQ. I've been tested for, and like uh the I think there's people sitting around in large rooms around big tables smoking fucking 5 packs of cigarettes, wondering what the hell they're gonna do and how they're gonna do it and how they're gonna save everything. That's what I think is going on, and I think that it's it's this whole thing of
you don't think it's just like part of the new world order agenda to like have everything be automated by AI and like have a one world government run by machines
well, I think that
and
they
they're building us towards that, and like JD Vance was like funded by Peter Thiel and and all these.
well, I've heard all the arguments, but I think
Yeah.
that they're looking for something per people or something. I don't know what they're looking for, but they're looking for something, and that they've been looking for these whatever they're looking for quite some time, and that you know it's fucked up because it's like if the alien stuff is real, I think that that's why they need the mass surveillance. They need it because if it's real, that that's why they, because if the treaty is real, which Cooper talks about aliens and national parks, that according to the alien treaty, the national parks are fair game for aliens to abduct people, according to the what Cooper was saying about aliens and UFOs. That's not an exaggeration. Like
You talk about in his book.
no, and is he discusses it in 1982 or something in a video. He
Yeah, but like, are there actually aliens, or is it just like code for black ops where they're like dosing people with LSD and like wearing alien costumes and fucking with
well, that's
people,
the
or
thing.
you
I've
know?
seen 3 UFOs. Did you ever hear Cooper tell his UFO story?
It's in the book where
What?
he
Well,
says he
that's not what
saw
I was
the.
asking. Did you ever hear him tell it in the audios, uh, the broadcast? What was
I don't know if I heard him
well,
mention it.
well to elaborate? He says he does like a whole episode about it where he's talking about how well basically him and 3 crew members. I think it was 3 or 2 that he was in the Pacific Ocean. He's looking at the stars and he's navigating or whatever because it's the 70s, and he said that all of a sudden it was like some kind of underwater light was moving real fast underwater towards them, right towards them, and then he said that it came right towards them underwater and then it stopped right in front of them, and then he said that it rose up out of the water and all the water came off it and shit, and then he said that it just flew off into outer space, and he said that him and the 2 other members of the 2 other Navy dudes that were on the boat, he said they all looked at each other like, oh shit, we got to report this to the captain. you know
Yeah, well, that's in the
but
book.
like
It's in the
well so
book.
then well so then he says, like they briefed him on it and debriefed him on it, saying or whatever, what did you see? And he said after like 16 hours of him saying what he's seen, that he finally said that he didn't see anything, and then he said that they finally let him leave the office, and so they made him say the same thing. Or he told them the real story over and over again, and they would refuse to write it down, and that not until he said that he didn't see anything did they write it down and say he was dismissed. And so there's something going on. It's
Yeah, but
That,
then later on, he said that they were trying to set him up.
yeah, but he still says he doesn't know what he's seen.
Well, it
That
could have just been like high tech military shit that was above his clearance level, and they were trying to fuck with him or
yeah, but
make him
well,
believe in the Christ consciousness of David Wilcock shit. You know?
well, yeah, but the thing about it, well, the thing about it that's strange is uh, that how fast they move underwater. That it's impossible. There's no way that anything can move that fast underwater, and that for it to be able to move as fast as it can underwater in the air, that's impossible. That I mean, I mean, whatever these things are, nobody knows what it is, and that fucking if it is aliens, then we're in the deepest, heapest ship that you could ever imagine. That fucking mankind should be, fucking praying the rosary and fucking praying to God that we can fucking like nosedive, get out of this nosedive, if it is some sort of alien conspiracy. I
Well,
mean, like,
I just don't believe in the alien stuff. I mean,
well, I don't either. I don't either. And like, uh,
I think it's kind of low hanging fruit, like for
yeah, but
entry level
well,
conspiracy
think about this
theory
though. Think
to
about
get
this.
stuck on the alien rabbit hole bullshit.
The UFOs that I've seen, I've never seen any video or any pictures besides that those few pictures of the cigar thing that were anything like what I seen in the air, and that it's like even that TikTok UFO. That's not what I seen. That's nothing like what I seen. I seen three distinct crafts that were totally different, absolutely, completely different, and that fucking and even their flight patterns. Well, I mean, the one didn't even move. It was stuck in the sky, and then it just disappeared. But the other two was, you know, well, the red one I didn't actually see it leave the atmosphere, but I did. It was zipping around real quick, but like the orange one was the scariest one because it was a clear night. It was absolutely clear. I had listened to my ex claim that she was seeing a UFO in the sky in the front yard for the millionth time, and I'm like, this bitch is stupid, and I'm like, and then I finally had, uh, just figured I'd walk out there and jokingly look up in the sky to amuse her or whatever. And then when I looked up at the sky, which I expected to see absolutely fucking nothing, I looked up in the sky and I seen an orange orb that was moving very fast, and then it started to leave the atmosphere, and then it started to move faster and faster and fast. Well, first it zigzagged a bunch in a weird way, but like, and then it started moving faster and faster, and like, uh, it went so fast. It was like I've never seen anything move that fast, and like I've never seen anything like that, and fucking it scared me to death, and I ran in the house because what I seen was not a known thing. Like I don't know what the fuck it was, but it scared the shit out of me. Made my heart beat like scary because it was fucking. Shit was fucking. I mean, I don't know what the fuck that shit is. It's we better pray it's fucking some kind of alien grays with two arms and two legs. That's the
You ever see like psychedelic type like you know imagery like without doing drugs or like where you're seeing like apparitions and shit.
what do you mean, like in a picture or something?
No, just like without doing drugs where you're seeing like hallucinations and shit in front of you.
What do you mean, like a ghost or something?
Like like where you're looking you're seeing like snakes coming out of the TV or something, or
No, I've
some
never
weird
seen
shit.
anything like that. I've heard crazy people say they've seen stuff like that.
I mean, I feel like if you are on like a certain vibration or whatever, like you're allowing yourself
Well, a lot of the
to.
crazy people make up what they're seeing. They're not actually seeing anything. 'Cause you can tell by if you ask them extreme details about what they're seeing, because they won't be able to provide details. Same with their crazy stories.
But like
Uh,
if you are going like schizo, like legitimately schizo, you're gonna like you're increasing your likelihood of seeing supernatural events, even if they're imagined. I mean, I'm not saying you're imagining shit or.
well, what I'm talking about is like it's like my friend that thinks that
Uh,
someone's talking in his head. It's like if you ask him about it, if you say he thinks that someone is nonstop talking in his head and that they're saying all this fucked up shit. But if you ask him to say what the voice in his head says, word for word, he refuses to do it. And he refuses to say the words that it's saying, supposedly saying. And
well,
that
maybe
I've
it's so fucked up that he didn't want to say what
no,
it is.
because there's been I've encountered many people like this, and I've questioned them extensively, and all of them had the same thing where they refuse to say what the supposed voice in their head is saying, and therefore I do not believe that they have a voice in their head, especially if the person says that the voice in their head is Spanish, but they can't say one word of Spanish.
Well, they said it was Spanish.
Yeah.
They said it was Spanish.
Well, so it's like if someone it's very similar to someone else that was I was asking questions. They were saying that the government took their memory or something, and I was asking them detailed questions about where they said it would happen. You know, also I was just asking questions about it, and that this is the same thing with these people that are in these delusions. If you ask them certain questions about it, that they cannot provide any specific details, and that they then get very upset, and that
Were they drinking their own piss?
uh, well, I mean, it's just like this one dude that came on the podcast once. I talked about the Illuminati great work of socialism, and then I'm talking about the Illuminati, and he thinks it's about, and he's like, because he was an occultist. He thought that I was dissing on him because his quote unquote great work is the perfection of himself. He doesn't understand the deception on page 794, I think it is, of Morals and Dogma, where he says that the great work in capital letters, the perfection of the self, is a deception, and only the true adepts know the real secret. And it's not about uh, perfection of self. It's about using the initiates for the goal of the great work, uh, the great work of the brotherhood, which is world government socialism.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
that pineal power guy earlier, I was talking to him, and he got mad at me because I was talking about the piss drinking stuff, and he was trying to say like, oh, actually, there's some science to it. It actually makes sense. And it's like,
Well, those people are all in crazy land. No
it's
offense to
like,
him.
what the fuck?
Oh yeah,
Like,
I was gonna say I went past out.
What kind of science? Like, like it sounds like it's like definitely bad for you to drink your own piss because it's like
Yeah, well,
you're pissing out toxins. Like it's stuff that your body can't use. Why would you want to drink it?
oh yeah, well. All right, well maybe we better let that topic go. And you can't, I was trying to end on a good note. You can't end on a piss note.
Well, there's people who are into that. There's people like on
those,
this.
those people are all mental. The all right. Well, I'm gonna pass out. Take it
Yeah.
easy.
Yeah.
Peace.
All right, peace, man.